expert training. I mean, this was a real medical doctor. This wasn't someone from the bushes or a nganga, right? Or a sangoma, if you want to use that term. It was actually a medical doctor in our country in Zimbabwe. And this medical doctor, so many kids were dying. I mean, they were dying en masse. Vanadiki vanga vachifa, so many of them. And people had no clue what is going on here. And folks, that matter, it opened up investigations. And I remember, I do recall, there were three latest kids who had suddenly died. One of them was just getting a circumcision. It was just a small circumcision. I mean, circumcision, anyone can circumcise a child here. I mean, even an untrained person can circumcise a child, right? You can circumcise someone and you just live. And life will just go on. I mean, if when we're reading the scriptures, it says Abraham circumcised himself, right? Akatora banga akatongozvijeka ega, angotsinzi nyazo. And he was okay. But with this particular doctor, a child was circumcised and died. Agavangofa. And so people were wondering, what's going on here? So it turned out through an investigation that this doctor was actually killing people. Aitouraya vanhu. Why? How on earth would a doctor kill people? A whole doctor who went to med school, who spent 5, 6 years in a medical school, right? Kill people. How? How does that happen? Well, it happens when on the space right now. So I just want to talk to him briefly, Hulu. Um, I'm hoping that Hulu can just come in and just help me with co-hosting. Adam, our German is on the phone, so I want to ask him to join the space so that he comes because Adam is a complainant on Hopo Chingono, and recently a lot of people didn't realize why Adam posted a message saying that black people he doesn't want to be a black person. He actually said, "I'm glad that I'm not black." And people lambasted him. People said, "Adam, you are racist. You are like this." And everyone, I looked at that. I didn't post anything. I actually ignored. I said, "I'm not going to call this news. I want to get the backstory." And so when I eventually spoke to Adam a few days ago, that's when he told me, "Look, Simba, when I posted that issue of myself refusing to be a black person, it was because Hopewell Chingono came to my business, and he alleges Anga in Chikwambo, he was holding some witchcraft object, and that's what he claims. And then he says, look, I didn't know that Hopewell all this while he just only had an agenda to steal my business idea, and right now he is now a competitor, someone who had claimed that out to help to advertise my business." And then so he made an announcement on Facebook, on I think Facebook and Twitter, and then he said, "Look, if Hopewell wants to advertise your business, run away, avoid Hopewell because you destroy your business." Adam Jarman claims so. Where is he? Hulu, good afternoon. Can I leave you to just maybe take on while I speak to Adam? I would like Adam to come in, please. Go ahead. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the space, and welcome to everybody. Sister Camfodondo, thank you for joining as well, and it is a pleasure having you. Well, I can only say to our people, don't forget that this is about our people. This is about our country. This is about sunset. But I think I would never allow myself or my son or mzukuru wangu to be a coconut
It's white on the inside and it's brown on the outside. Very deceptive. Kune ma house niggers nema field niggers. Inina ime field nigger. Ndinoshanda kumunda chaiko chaiko. Ndiko kune basa rangu cheziya. And ndikuita house nigger kupiwa tuma trinkets na masa to sell out one's own country. Ndozo zvikutora iti saka wakapiwa tuma awards toto ndiana akakumbo tanakambokupa kutuma awards zvinombonyatsoreveko naiwe hopeless. Zvinomboreva chiko naiwe. But sataenda koko nyaya yandafunga kuti madzimai muchange muri up in arms. Imagine waenda kunoshanyira shamwari, as did quite a number of women. Even mamwe ma high profile girls, ma big girls, amusingambofungira. And handisi kutaura mazita. But some of you want me to conduct a kangaroo court on social media. I won't do that. Apana conviction yakambobvira yaitwa pa social media. And my lawyers angu kuZimbabwe, I'm not hiring them because vakatomhanya kuita black and Zimbabwe lives matter. They are very compromised. They say chanting Zimbabwe lives matter. I'm not going to be trusting my affairs with people that are jumping on a bandwagon. Yes, you know, no compromise our security. Yes, Zimbabwe. And now, honest, I think you have a personal issue. Not Daddy Hope. Why are you in UK? Come back to Africa. And what? Come back to Africa and build our Zimbabwe. Big problem is Hope is against corrupt leaders who can't see how we Zimbabweans are suffering because of their greediness, right? Honest, Tinashe, I love your honesty. Let me just pin Ningrikinya honest because honest, you catch my eye all the time. I've got another Sawira wangu anonzi honest. So let's break down your honest because honest is speaking on behalf of a lot of people. And because honest's name is also Tinashe. Munane aneka kuchika mwari mazviri. Zirobwa. Saka munhu anorova futi, I think. So I best be careful. But honest is raising such good points. Okay. As Teta, I think you have a personal issue with Daddy Hope. No, I don't have a personal issue with Daddy Hope. I know Daddy Hope personally. That's the thing. I knew Daddy Hope when he was called HOPEWELL Mukusha. Paanga ari kuMaubra High School. Taitofamba tichiperekedzana kumasports, achiperekedzana nehanzvadzi dzangu, chichi. Pakauya kuBritain, taitozivana kuBritain. Zvese zvema-credit card fraud zvandiri kutaura ndakazviona nemaziso angu inini. Vanhu vaitora ma-credit card. Vofona voti totumirai kunhirikini room 101 ku Sheraton. Oenda futi onoti tumirai ku 201. Oti tumirai futi ku 901. Saka watenga ne-credit card remunhu rawaba. Kana kuti rawawana credit card that you have acquired. Wallet yangu iri kupinda kukuratidza how easy it is to do credit card fraud. For those of you makasarira munyaya yacho. Inini zvangu ndiri wezviziya. Okay. Where's my card? Okay, ndandabuda panzi ndichinotenga zvinhu kuGateway, right? So this is your card. The long number here, this long number here, they take it. All they also need is the expiry date. That's all. And then paneka number kari paseri panapa. Ako. So ukaenda to any catalog, you just go. Wesa zita recard, wesa the long number, wesa the expiry date, wesa the issue number at the very end, the number at the back. Saka kudhara vanga vasati vane ma anti-fraud mechanisms, okay? Saka vanhu vaita madiro aJorgina. Now they ask certain personal questions, and also if you have emitted too many transactions on your card, or you are jumping around all over the place, they stop your cards. I remember one time I went to Minnesota in what year was that? I went in 2001, okay? Then I was setting up the new and so many transactions, I was shopping. And then my bank stopped my card. And I was like, what's wrong with you? Why are you stopping my card? Because you've had unusual activity on your card. There have been about 10 transactions in 1 day. I want to just get all my shopping done and then pack and leave it there. So back then,
you know what? You just bashing an individual. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's about facts, and I want to say to our people today, as we are going to start now, I am inviting publicly, I am inviting Chinono to come over to this space and defend himself. And nothing that is going to be said in this space is going to be said under the tables.
The innermost. And some of you have been accusing me audaciously.
We are saying it in front of everybody. If there is a lie,
that for those of you who are following me, my friends, you will attest. Please let me have one or two
because I know that
listening to this space, you've been warning us about HOPEWELL.
Other listeners and show his face and defend himself because we have nothing to hide. As long as you have nothing to hide, you can't
don't
be
bother
afraid of the
kumutaga because
truth.
ndakambloka
The
years
truth
ago
is the truth. It cannot change.
ndobva ndamu
So,
unblocker for
ladies
the
and
purpose
gentlemen,
of them to
welcome
see
to
this
my
thing.
space. Welcome
Ndobva zvanga zvatanga
to this space, and thank you for joining me on Empathy for Life.
Zimbabwe
For joining
lives
all
matter
sister
ndadai
countdown who is with us. And I see
character
Venancio has
yemunhu
joined us
vandiimba
on
vangu
the
vakaimba I
space.
love your
And
character
shortly we are going to
I
begin.
don't love his character.
So,
In fact, I don't love character
Dimai,
yemunhu.
are you
Anybody ari
ready
very
that we
dishonest.
can start
Pandanga
the
nditi ndakaenda
discussion?
kuAmerica, we
If
were learning
ever
about
you want
personality
to come up,
disorders. My
ladies and gentlemen,
speciality
if
in
you want to
psychiatry
come
is
up, be
forensic
a
mental
speaker to
health.
speak
Ndo speciality yangu.
and
Ndinoti
say
anybody
anything,
ane personality disorder, I will
you are
sniff
very
them
free
out.
to do
Achiri
so.
kuairport.
Because
Ndinoya
this
hasi
is
right.
a
Ndoda
free
ndikazoita mini mental
discussion.
state
You know,
ndikabvina
this is a
kunyorera
free
care plan.
discussion.
Zvinoyatsobuda
No one
seizvozvo.
is
Saka
being
kune
forced to say
masuspects.
anything.
Ndo
We
vanoita
are
zvinhu
all
zvakadhakwa
openly saying
sezvandinoita
what
kutsanangura izvozvo.
we are
Kunyengeta
stating the
musikana
truth.
abvumi.
And it is up to the
Kuda
people
kudya
of Zimbabwe
chakafa.
to
What's wrong
judge.
with
It
you?
is up to
Kana
the
kuina
audience
vanhu varume who play
to
women with
judge.
drugs
It
and
is
alcohol,
up to
shame on you.
Hopewood Chinono to judge. And it is up to him to defend
What
himself.
happened to the women's movement, women's
Right.
leaders? Saka muda kuti vamwe vanhu vaiswe against their will.
So the
Just
discussion
imagine.
is going to
Narova zvangu
begin
nechipiri
now.
changu kana kuti whisky yangu
Let me
somebody akuda
remind you,
kutoita
ladies
zvimwe
and
zvinhu.
gentlemen, that the
It's so
previous time
disrespectful. You bring shame
when
to people's good names.
Brother Hopo
So handizivi kuti at
Chinono
what point did this
promised
young man
to start
decide kuti akuchinja zita kana kuti kumetropolitan
government in
police zvinhu zvanga
exile,
zvakupisa. But
he
yes, it is
accused
not
President
alleged
Idi
zvitori
Mnangagwa
zvechokwadi zvomene.
of being
A
a
lot of you vari
corrupt
kutwitter makamboiona hondo pamene
president,
wakambodenhana naye 2
a
years
corrupt
ago
leader,
agoudzirudzwa nzi heye tinoziziva
accused
zvemafraud
ZANU-PF
zvekuduk nechi nechi.
of running the
Kana
economy
musingazive
down,
vanhu
of
from
failing
the garden of
to
Eden
properly
munongova
look after the
makanyarara.
health
Because
system
what is at stake
in
here
our
is bigger
country.
than your Zimbabwe
I
lives
agree
matter.
with him
Hatitoda
completely.
kuinvhedwa selibya
I
muno.
think
Hatitoda
anybody
kuinvhedwa
that
kana
has
kuitwa
been
zvenhando
to
sezvakaita
Zimbabwe,
kuya.
anybody that
You
has
understand?
seen the state of our
Sitting on
hospitals
resources
can
that the
agree
whole world is
that
dying to
Hopewell
get their
is
dirty little
correct
hands on.
in terms of the
Zimbabwe's
state of
lithium
our
deposits
economy,
are the
in
5th
terms of the
largest in the
state
world.
of the health system in our country. What Hopewell, however, did was that there was a time that he claimed that he brought in renal equipment to Zimbabwe and offered it to the government, and the government declined. He further said that he offered it to the opposition, the Citizen Coalition for Change, which is in charge of Harare, to put in their clinics, and we saw nothing that happened afterwards. We never heard that there was renal equipment at the council clinics in Harare. We never heard about that. I do not know what became of that deal. Secondly, Hope Chinono, I think some of you might know, he claimed that I, Hulu, was responsible for the closure of his clinic in Harare. A clinic that is supposedly opened with Dr. Maborike. And he said, out of his own money, out of his own ingenuity, he decided to assist everybody that is over 70 years old to get assistance at Dr. Maborike's clinic using his own personal funds. He said it in a space, or rather on a space which was attended by many people. He said, I am going to help the people of Zimbabwe by providing medication to all those people who are over 70 years old. Within a week, Hope Chinono posted that I was responsible for the closure of that clinic because I said I am going to go to the clinic to check if the clinic exists, number one, of which I did confirm that the clinic, there is Dr. Maboreke and he has got his surgery. But I wanted to find out if there is any 70-year-old that has gone to that clinic who is receiving free medical care from that clinic. There was nobody. And as soon as Hopewell realized that I had gone to the hospital, to the clinic, to check whether what he had told people on the space was happening, he immediately said, I'm a ZANU-PF project. And I have been sent by ZANU-PF to disrupt a project. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you this. That was a lie. And how do we know that it is a lie? Number one, Salani Mutsuyami later in a space admitted that she was responsible for telling somebody who went to tell Hopewell that I was going to that clinic, because Hopewell did not know that I was on my way to that clinic. And that's when Hopewell, realizing he was lying to Zimbabweans, he decided to shut down, to claim that I was responsible for shutting down the clinic. And there was no such thing. I only wanted to go and verify whether what he himself had promised Zimbabweans was indeed happening. And there was no such thing, right? Then, within 2 to 3 weeks of Hopewell having offered with his own money to run a clinic in Harare and help every 70-year-old. That's what he said. Every 70-year-old, starting with those from Mavuku and then from the greater Harare, they could go there to get assistance. Hopewell sent out a message on Twitter that Geoff Nyarota, his former boss, needs medical assistance to the tune of $15,000. This is the same guy who had said he's going to help every 70-year-old to get assistance at a clinic in Harare. And he said I was responsible for making it impossible for him to run that clinic, and he decided to shut it down. But clearly, logically speaking, Hopewell could not have run out of money. Surely if he did not manage because of me, if he did not manage to run his clinic because of me, surely he could at least manage to raise the $15,000 to help Geoff Nyarota, his former boss, a legendary journalist. At the end, what we saw was Wicknell Chivayo offering to give that $15,000. And Hopewell acknowledged that Wicknell Chivayo had actually given the $15,000, and the $15,000 was acceptable. And that was not the first time Wicknell Chivayo offered to assist somebody who was in need of medical care out of the post made by HOPEWELL CHINONO. It was not the first time. So I want fellow Zimbabweans to understand the fact that we are not on a bashing crusade, a personal bashing crusade, not at all. But think about this. A person who was willing to sacrifice his own money to form a government in exile, which also collapsed, it never happened. He promised, it never happened. Promised to run a clinic, it never happened. That same guy failed to raise $15,000 to help his former mentor, his former boss. How is that possible? Then the last one that I'm going to share with you before we go into other details. HOPEWELL CHINONO savaged Mdiwa Wood. A guy called Mdiwa Wood was criticized so badly by many people, and I agree, because he was exposed as a fraud. But what happened is that Hopewell jumped on that story. And what he did is he claimed that he paid $47,000 to the receiver of revenue in Zimbabwe, Zimra, out of his own business. That is what Hopewell said. $47,000. If you work out $47,000 as a 26% charge on income tax in Zimbabwe, you would work out a profit margin of around $180,000 that he made from his business. And you would ask yourself, because he was saying to Mdiwa Wood is a fraud because he doesn't have any tax return. He himself, Hopewell, is obviously better because he paid $47,000, but he never showed proof of the source of the money. Where did he get the profits? He claimed that he made profit, but what kind of business is he running in Zimbabwe? Hopewell, having been asked that question, he never answered Zimbabweans properly, or let me say, with the truth. He never used the truth. What he said is that he runs a Boer gold project in Zimbabwe, in Murewa. And if you do inbreeding of Boer goats, buying them from South Africa and inbreeding them with goats from Zimbabwe, you can sell a goat for $1,000. That's what he says. And fellow Zimbabweans, I want to find out from you, how many Zimbabweans have ever bought a goat for $1,000 US. Where I stay in Chirez, sometimes when you go over to Chipinge as well, goats are being sold for $35, $40, $45, $50. Well, if you are going to breed your goats and they're better, perhaps let's assume they can be $300 US, maybe, or less. But $1,000 US, he never provided anybody with proof that he ever sold a goat for 1,000. And most people who do breeding of goats, they don't sell the goats. They're trying to build their stock. So in essence, what I'm trying to say is, if Hopewell paid $47,000 from selling goats, it means that he sold about 180 goats. But ladies and gentlemen, fellow Zimbabweans, I think you saw a video of Ostalo Siziva in Murewa protecting the goats of Hopewell at some point. How many goats did you see there in that video? When you counted, those goats would not have reached the number 100. So it basically means that Hopewell sold all his goats in the previous financial year for him to afford to pay $47,000 US to the receiver of revenue. That is the ZIMRA. Now that is impossible. So clearly it is a lie. But what is it that happened that I know which happened in the last financial year? What happened is that Hopewell sold his house. And when you sell your house, there's what is called capital gains tax in Zimbabwe. And if Hopewell advertise his house for $500,000 US in Chisipiti, and of course, when you advertise, it doesn't mean you are going to sell for that amount. Then the agent is going to collect agent fees, which is about 15% of the selling price. And you've got other costs and things like that and all that, as you know. So what happens is that it becomes logical that the 47,000 is by far most likely a byproduct of the sale of his house, because Hopewell ended up buying a house in South Africa. And in a space, he claimed that he deposited 100,000 pounds. His own words. These are not my words. 100,000 pounds in a British bank. So, well, perhaps that was part of the proceeds of the sale of the house. Why am I sharing with you this information, ladies and gentlemen? I'm sharing with you this information because time and time again in our country, we have not progressed as Zimbabwe. We have seen from 1980 into 1990s, into the 2000s, the collapse of our economy. We have seen corruption at a level that is unbelievable. Where corrupt individuals used to steal at night, today they are stealing in broad daylight. And we as Zimbabweans have been looking up to somebody or to some other people that can assist us to have a better country. Do you think that Hopewell Chinono could be one of those individuals that can help us to have a better country? Do you think that Nelson Chamisa could be one of those people? Do you think the vice president could be one of those people? If so, we would need, therefore, to evaluate the characters of these individuals and find out whether their characters are befitting of leadership, especially those who are going to be putting their names up there and say, we represent the people. We represent our people. We need to evaluate their characters. So this is the reason why we are sharing with you this information. What you make of this information is up to you. What we're doing is to give you information. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me appreciate your presence, and appreciate your presence in Zimbabwe. Your prayers for Zimbabwe, and your prayers, of course, for Africa and the world, because the hope we have, us and our children and our children's children, let it be the same hope they all have, others and their children and their children's children, those whose homes we will never know and those whose countries we will never visit. For the hope of a Zimbabwean child must be universal, because this is about our people, our country, and this is yet another day and another hour we meet to discuss these issues. Sister Comfort Dondo, welcome to the space. How are you today?
I thought that at that time, I apologize to our video community. The stream had been cut there, but we're back. So I was saying I had thought at that time that Hopo Chingono was giving me this story to help the community, and I discovered that he had been in a relationship with this young lady, and the things that was giving me, some of them were very helpful to the community, but they were also things that he had obtained in an environment that you know the real men, excuse me, real men wouldn't do that. And real man, in my view, or maybe I'm judging too much, I'm judging him, but personally speaking, I I I, I would not try to destroy someone that I've had a relationship, even a friend relationship, through the media. Yeah, but I would discover that those hours that he spent, it was for that, just to destroy this young lady. It wasn't to help anyone. And worse to that, what happened was that when I proposed to hire him, I dangled some money because I said, oh, I think he's got a story there. Let me just put up some money. So I dangled £300. I said, you know what? I'll give you £300 for this story. You investigate. You seem to have so much passion because he did. I mean, look, folks, if someone talks alone for 2 hours over a story that you're totally disinterested, you're interested in this story, so you end up thinking, well, this person, let me just pay him, and then I'll see what they've written. Then of course I can make my own judgments. When I did that, he put the phone down, and then he didn't call back again. It turned out that the reason why he was giving me all this stuff, it was to use me, and I felt violated. And so that was something that happened back then, and I thought it was just a one-off. I've got records of this call even to this day. And even recently, I had some chats with him on Twitter, and I was reminding him of these conversations. But yeah, these are matters that later on, when Hopewell, later on 2018, 2019, I noticed some behavior about Hopewell back then, and I couldn't make up what it was, but I could tell that this man is doing something else online that is not journalism, that is not community related. It was what we would class in Shona Kurakasha, and it is bullying. It's just bullying and harassment. Yeah, but you could easily mistake such activity with journalism because you'll be thinking, well, maybe this is vicious critiquing and it's healthy for journalism. And so I just gave him a benefit of the doubt. And things even became better for him in terms of the way I view him when he eventually got arrested in 2020. And when he got arrested, I recall Nelson Chamisa's spokesperson, Nkululeko Sibanda, told me over the phone while I was crying, saying, look at them, they've arrested Hopo Chingono. These people are so evil. Da, da, da. And I was so, because I'm a very passionate person. And Nkululeko says to me, Simba, why don't you come and get arrested? When I heard that, I was totally clueless. What on earth? Because Dr. Nkululeko was actually physically in Harare, in Zimbabwe. He was on the ground, and so he knew these people, but I couldn't make up why on earth he would say to me that I should be the one who should get arrested. It would take me years to understand that. What the learned professor was communicating to me is that here in Zimbabwe, people actually orchestrate their own arrests to get into promotion. It took me. This one took me years. This one totally flew over my head, folks. I couldn't make it up. That yeah. But I think now, years later, like what's happened now with this, for instance, this fake inventor recently who has been exposed, Maxo Chikumbutso, that he has been claiming that, oh, they wanted to arrest me because of my invention, this and that and that. And people have discovered that he's actually an armed robber who's who's out on bail. Okay, but he's created a story to become a victim in society, and his agenda is just being so that he can create a new career, that people would never discover that he's actually a dangerous armed robber who runs around with an unlicensed firearm. So these are things that I'm only getting to know now, years later, that when Dr. Nkululeko said to me, "You come and get arrested," shut up, you come and get arrested. He was simply telling me, look, what you're seeing in the media, right? What the BBC, CNN, Al Jazeera, and the like are reporting it is just, it's a facade. It's a facade. There's no truth there. Unfortunately, people can play stunts on the media, and journalists would us right because people operate emotionally, don't they? German, I hope you're picking this, mate. So anyway, quickly, um, so that was when he got arrested. It took me another year or two. I was actually supporting Hopo Chingono and Hulu. I believed because I'm a believer. If someone tells me it's the same thing when Emerson Mnangagwa struggled when he was fired by Robert Mugabe, and they we got the report that he wanted to be killed, and they're like, I supported him because if I get a report that says, oh, someone's been, I will just support, and because it's community, I don't have time to verify, do I? When someone says they're a victim, but folks, what's turned out now, later on in 2021, um, his former boss, that very same boss, did an investigation on him. He interviewed him. And folks, you can, let me see if I can post that link to that article right now. And the article that Jeff Nyarota published on the Newsday website, Newsday and Independent website, it states that journalism rarely, right? I'm talking like a Shona now, proper Shona, and that's Zoga Wishi Shona Jagusha, right? Journalism rarely produces excessive riches. Let me see if I can find it. Hulu, have you seen that article?
Yes, I remember the article. I can look for it, but it is true. Yes, that journalism rarely produces excessive riches. We all know journalists, and we have seen journalists across the world. I don't think that there is one particular one that is extremely super rich. We know even those that are working for CNN, those who are working for the BBC. I don't think that you can really consider them to be millionaires. But of course, you are making a very good point. Different in Zimbabwe, we have got somebody that is a Zimbabwean, and I mean he is claiming that he is ultra rich, and that of course is something that he that
Yeah, this
people
this one this one is not
need to
just
talk
about
about.
someone who is Hopewell is not just someone who demonstrates riches. He actually boasts of the riches, and he even uses rich talk to shut people up. Like he has told a British solicitor that he doesn't want to get into a conversation with him because him and all the others don't have a fully paid mortgage. They don't have they don't have semi paid up medical care. They're not as rich as his. I mean, literally on Twitter. So I don't want to get into a conversation with you because you don't have a fully paid up home. Right. So this is not right. I'm posting the article here so that people see it. Right. So this is not my website, by the way. This is a publication that's got nothing to do with Zimai, so you can read it. It's on the Newsday website.
By the way, it is not the first time. It is not only in that instance. There's so many instances on Twitter itself that he has demonstrated that he is a rich man. For the record, you see, the first time, one of the times, that he was invited to a space to speak, he didn't even bother to greet people. He didn't even bother to greet people until the host ended up reminding him that, but there are human beings that you are speaking to. Is it possible that you can at least say hello to them? You see, he didn't even bother to greet them. He mentioned that he has got a holiday home in South Africa. He said that he has got another home in the United Kingdom. He said that he had deposited, £100,000 in a British bank, and he
My apologies. My battery just crashed there. I apologize, folks. It's unacceptable. It's really unacceptable. My sincere apologies. Coming back now, literally now. Just starting up straight away. Please be patient with me. Just 2 seconds, please.
mukandisiya ndinotaura kusvika sunset, but I think zvikuru zvandanga ndoda kutaura ndavhenekera. I would never allow myself or my son or muzukuru wangu to be a coconut. A coconut. It's white on the inside and it's brown on the outside. Very deceptive. Kune house niggas nema field niggas. Inina ine field nigga. Ndinoshanda kumunda chaiko chaiko. Ndiko kune basa rangu cheziya. Andidi kuita house nigga kupiwa tuma trinkets na masa to sell out one's own country. Ndozo zvikutora iti saka wakapiwa tuma awards toto ndiana takakambokupa kutuma awards. Zvinombonyatsoreveiko naiwe hopeless. Zvinomboreva chiko naiwe. But sataenda koko nyaya yandafunga kuti madzimai muchange muri up in arms. Imagine waenda kunoshanyira shamwari, as did quite a number of women. Even mamwe high profile girls, big girls, amusingambofungira. And handisi kutaura mazita. But some of you want me to conduct a kangaroo court on social media. I won't do that. Apana conviction yakambobvira yaitwa pa social media. And my lawyers angu kuZimbabwe, I'm not hiring them because vakatomhanya kuita black and Zimbabwe lives matter. They are very compromised. They say chanting Zimbabwe lives matter. I'm not going to be trusting my affairs with people that are jumping on a bandwagon. Yes, you know, no compromise as security. Yes, Zimbabwe. And now, honest, I think you have a personal issue. Not Daddy Hope. Why are you in UK? Come back to Africa. And what? Come back to Africa and build our Zimbabwe. Big problem is Hope is against corrupt leaders who can't see how we Zimbabweans are suffering because of their greediness, right? Honest, Tinashe, I love your honesty. Let me just pin Ningrikinya honest because honest, you catch my eye all the time. I've got another Sawira wangu anonzi honest. So let's break down your honest because honest is speaking on behalf of a lot of people. And because honest's name is also Tinashe. Munane aneka kuchika mwari mazviri. Zirobwa. Saka munhu anorova futi, I think. So I best be careful. But he honest is raising such good points. Ningirina yari kukurumidza kufamba. Okay. Anzi Teta, I think you have a personal issue na Daddy Hope. No, I don't have a personal issue with Daddy Hope. I know Daddy Hope personally. That's the thing. I knew Daddy Hope when he was called HOPEWELL Mukusha. Paanga ari kuMaubra High School. Taitofamba tichiperekedzana kumasports, achiperekedzana nehanzvadzi dzangu, chichi. Pakauya kuBritain, taitozivana kuBritain. Zvese zvema-credit card fraud zvandiri kutaura ndakazviona nemaziso angu inini. Vanhu vaitora ma-credit card. Vofona voti totumirai kunhirikini room 101. kusheraton oenda futi onoti tumirai ku201 oti tumirai futi ku901 saka watenga necredit card remunhu rawaba kana kuti rawawana credit card that you have acquired ko wallet yangu iri kupinda kukuratidzai how easy it is to do credit card fraud for those of you makasarira munyaya yacho inini zvangu ndiri wezviziva. Okay, where's my card? Okay, ndandabuda panze ndichinotenga zvinhu kugateway, right? So this is your card. The long number here, this long number here, they take it. All they also need is the expiry dates, that's all. And then paneka number kari paseri panapa. Ako. So ukaenda to any catalog, you just go, woisa zita recard, woisa the long number, woisa the expiry date, woisa the issue number at the very end, the number at the back. Saka kudara vanga vasati vane ma anti-fraud mechanisms, okay? Saka vanhu vaita madiro aJorgina. Now they ask certain personal questions, and also if you have emitted too many transactions on your card, or you are jumping around all over the place, they stop your cards. I remember one time I went to Minnesota in what year was that? I went in 2001, okay? I was setting up the new dome. And so many transactions, I was shopping. And then my bank stopped my card. And I was like, what's wrong with you? Why are you stopping my card? Because you've had unusual activity on your card. There've been about 10 transactions in one day. I want to just get all my shopping done and then pack and leave it there. So back then, kwanga kusati kwane ma mechanisms. So vanhu vaitenga mazisofa anodhura ma 4,000, machi, even motikari chaizo. Zvodhilivwa kuchi 101, 201, zvimwe zvodhilivhwa ku901. Saka votora zvinhu izvo zvoti, oh, uri kuda masofa, alright, ndokutengesa 2,000. Apapa ari kutomeka 2,000 pounds profit. Unonga kuti ukanyatsosanda chinhu chakadaro over a few days or a few months, auite very rich. Saka some of you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Some of you don't even know the innermost. And some of you have been accusing me audaciously. Oh, so why are you saying it right now? This is something that, for those of you who really follow me, my friends, you'll attest. Please let me have 1 or 2 people. Vanongwe some thumbs up. Kuchitete, you've been warning us about Hopewell. Pane an incident about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Pane my friend yangu akamutaga pa page pangu. Pana minu zvataitaura. Panotaurwa zvekutaurwa zvi. Ndomva vamutaga ndikati don't bother kumutaga because ndakamublocker years ago. Zvikanzi chichi. Ndobva ndamu unblocker for the purpose of them to see this thing. Ndipo zvanga zvatanga izvozvi zvenhingirikini Zimbabwe Lives Matter ndikati aiwa imimi vanhu chenjererai character yemunhu. Vamudiki vangu vakaimba I love your character, or I don't love his character. In fact, I don't love character yemunhu. Anybody are very dishonest. Pandanga chiti ndakaenda kuAmerica, we were learning about personality disorders. My specialty in psychiatry is forensic mental health. Ndo specialty yangu. Ndiratidze anybody ane personality disorder, I will sniff them out achiri kuairport. Kuti munhu uyu haasi right. Ndoda ndikazoita mini mental state ndikazonyatsokunyorera care plan. Zvinonyatsobuda seizvozvi. Saka kune masats ndo vanoita zvinhu zvakadhakwa sezvandikuedza kutsanangura izvizvi. Nyenga kamusikana abvume uda kudya chakafa, what's wrong with you? Kana kuina vamwe varume who ply women with drugs and alcohol, shame on you. Ndopandikuona kuti vakadzi vofuti muri kubanya what happened to the women's movement, women's liberty. Saka muda kuti vamwe vanhu vaiswe against their will. I can just imagine. Ndarova zvangu nechibuku changu kana kuti whisky yangu somebody akuda kutoita zvimwe zvinhu. That's so disrespectful. You bring shame to people's good names. So handizive kuti at what point did this young man decide kuti akuchinja zita kana kuti kumetropolitan police zvinhu zvanga zvakupisa. But yes, it is not alleged, zvitoripo zvechokwadi zvomene. A lot of you vari kutwitter makamboiona hondo pamene wakabodenana naye 2 years ago agoudzurudzwa nze he tinozviziva zvemafraud zvekuri UK nechi kana musingazive vanhu from the Garden of Eden wanikwai makanyarara, because what is at stake here is bigger than your Zimbabwe life.
I refused because I don't trust people in the government. Because when they want to give me a story, I don't want to be part of their agenda. So I ignored those calls. And around that time, people remembered the articles started popping up. The articles there, and there were many activists who started speaking up, including Makomborero Harizivishe, many rape victims also, rape victims who were verified by the United Nations rapporteurs that they were truly raped, mothers were raped, and they started speaking up, and they spoke out even publicly that they were raided because Hopewell Chinono corrupted the army. He corrupted military officers who up to 2018, 2019 would never ever had imagined or even desired to attack
a victim of torture at their doctors. And so what happened was they revealed that we were at our doctors and safe houses while we were being treated. What happened was there were announcements that were made. Get out of this place very soon because they're going to send the army, the whole army, and they want you to identify the people who tortured, the people who raped you, the men, the soldiers who raped you. So the army was now hunting, had been advised by this award-winning journalist, right, that look, the only way to deal with the civil society is to visit them at their doctors. And Hopewell had actually given the phone number of one of the senior doctors, senior NGO doctors who was treating these victims. And he confirms this, by the way, in public. He even confirms it in responding to it, and also responding to allegations by George Charamba, who is Mnangagwa's spokesperson. And so what happened was there's a series of tweets, and I have posted them here, some of them, so people can actually click them where Oppo confirms. If you click there, the fourth one, number 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth tab, so you can see a cluster of tweets where Oppo was challenged by a few people, including Jealous Mawarire. Jealous Mawarire was became Robert Mugabe's perceived spokesperson just before his death, and a few other people who particularly victims of torture. And so he confirms that he actually did, and he states that he is the one who corrupted General Chiwenga, who was at that time the Minister of Defense. And he says, I told General Chiwenga to visit the civil society regularly in order to avoid tension or in order to reduce tension. I'm using his exact words. So you can see that tweet I've put on number 4 tab there, in order to avoid tension. And so he is prescribing a method of reducing political tension in the country by sending the army on torture victims. How is that? And then at the end, he says, I did this because I wanted to see a better Zimbabwe. So you see that. By the way, folks, you need to read this for yourself, and you need to know your country. You need to know people around who serve you. But so after that, I then so when all this started happening, even then when people started speaking, I didn't publish. That was in 2021. There were a lot of people who were complaining at that time. I ignored because I still wasn't. I felt like, oh my God, I've got to get down to the bottom of this. I don't want to rush because, the kind of investigations, kind of stories that I usually do, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I think people have seen like what I've done on Maxwell Chikumbutso. I take years. I spent 3 years on Maxwell Chikumbutso, interviewing him, going back, interviewing him, going back. So I don't want to rush because I don't want to crucify someone or to pursue a false lead. However, in 2022, there were some behaviors a few months after those leaks. There were some behaviors that started emerging from April, May, June, that were too repetitive and they were too systematic, Adam, that you could tell that Hopewell is just trying to compete with every journalist and every newspaper. He wants to be the newspaper himself. He wants to be the television himself, like Genius Kadingure. He himself wants to be called the embodiment of journalism itself. It was too clear that this is no longer information. This is now competition. Now, this is even beyond competition. This is assassination. This is someone who is on a rampage. And it's like you would almost wonder, what time does this guy wake up? What time does he go out to the shops? What time does he come back? What time does he sleep? What is he thinking? And then, so when all this started, I had an incident where there was a disruption to my work while I had been assigned by my producer at Al Jazeera to interview over the affair of Mary Chiwenga and Constantino Chiwenga. And that also involved what I had in terms of conversation with the First Lady. I think people remember. Now, around that time, I saw some behavior where Hopewell appeared as if he was giving me advice to say, look, delete that tweet. And when you're in that space, you'll be thinking, well, this is a look, Hopewell is older than me. And so I'm thinking, well, maybe this is a senior brother who's telling me this. So I complied. Okay, I'm going to delete it. But look, do you propose that I put another tweet? Because you were saying, oh, you're too harsh on the First Lady, da 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 da. And so I said, okay, look, right, do you think I should repost it? And then I'll just rewrite. And then he says, no, just delete it, leave it, leave it. So, and then he cut the phone. He had phoned me from a totally different number on this day. And at that time I was so trusting because I genuinely thought this man is actually a legitimate journalist who is pursuing journalism, who's pursuing activism and community work. And when I deleted that tweet in response to Hopewell, the excitement, the discussions around what I had done in the community totally shifted. And then a lawyer who was advising me told me, Simba, you shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have deleted that tweet. And I was wondering, why is this person? Sorry for the noise. I think there's a fire alarm here. I think it will go off shortly. I'm hoping it doesn't. Should clear off shortly here. Sorry here. So there's no fire near. Okay, so quickly. So I was just saying, yeah. So then, yeah. So I later on discovered that I'd been played. What Hopewell had done was, because he had noticed that all attention in the community had shifted from him, it was now on me and on my work. And also because he had been sent by someone who actually works for the First Lady. And because they didn't want that conversation that I'd had to become public and the things there. And they also just wanted to just hash everything down. So I would only learn later on that Hopewell had been sent, but also it wasn't just about being sent. There's a man who is called Benson Muneri, Hot Plate Grill, who runs a restaurant, who's Hopewell's friend. So they had been together. He had called me before, and then Hopewell came after that. Phoned me soon after that. And so quickly, I then started to notice after the advice that, look, Hopewell is doing something here. He's totally he's not who he is. Because if he was interested in journalism, he would have actually asked me, why on earth did you make that post? He would have. And then later on, there were many other things that he started posting. And I gradually started seeing more posts on there that he was making and content. I started analyzing. So by July, and he had accused a few journalists, a group of journalists, over Justice Wojgajena, these journalists, of getting a bribe. And then what he said in accusing them was not factual, because he had said that these journalists were supposed to do rolling reporting. It's called rolling reporting. Is like when the judge is speaking, you're in court, you're actually supposed to be typing there and you're just sending it out to the public. Now in Zimbabwe, it's illegal to do that. So that is when I started to discover that no, there's something dodgy here. This can't be, there's something else that he's doing. And then he accused another journalist of getting a bribe. And that journalist eventually was arrested around the 28th of July, 2022. I couldn't connect the arrest with the accusation, but he was definitely arrested soon after Hopewell had done that. We had arranged an appointment, and I said, Hopewell, you've accused this journalist. I've called him. He refuses. And this journalist, hear me out, revealed that, look, he's ready to be confronted by Hopewell. We set up an appointment on that day, 29 July, late in the night. Hopewell never turned up at all. He never turned up. And so later on, a few weeks later, it was 29 June, sorry. And then later on, a few weeks later, in this time, it was now the next month, there was a show at Thomas Mapfumo's, and Hopewell flew into the UK. When I met him, he was avoiding me. It was my first time to see him face to face. I told the teaser, so you can actually see him on video. I told the teaser. And while we're walking down, he started avoid. And so then I asked him as we're walking down, I said, look, Hopewell, are you going to fix your accusations? Are you going to address, because this is serious. If this journalist if he got a bribe, you need to expose him. You shouldn't post on Twitter and then he just run away. You've got to do it head on, deal with it. And he was avoiding me. And that is the audio also that I released when Hopewell was falsely accusing Nelson Chamisa of abandoning Job Sikala while we were going down the stairs in front of Lance Kuma of Nehanda Radio and Musekiwa, Tafadzo Musekiwa, who is Job Sikala's best friend. And so I discovered there that Hopewell was actually planting fake news so that Chamisa would be destroyed. Chamisa would be viewed as someone who is selfish, who is abandoned Job Sikala to rot in prison. Right now, he's just busy, preoccupied with posting his messages online. And so there are things that I just knew, and so I recorded that. Anyway, I posted that. I'm gonna go fast here. A few days later, I started getting phone calls from people who actually arranged to meet me up physically, and they started giving me accounts, and those accounts started linking up with those of an NHS practitioner, Grace Mufuruza, whose video I keep reposting here, and who's on record warning Zimbabweans about Hopewell from the time that he got arrested. And who Hopewell claims that she went to a ZANU-PF propaganda media outlet called Gambakwe, was something that actually never happened. And in actual fact, Grace Mufuruza is a Zimai presenter. She's someone who, if anything, if she was to release something, she'd only release it through Zimai. And so through all these people who started telling me, one of them told me, Simba, I stole with Hopewell. I cashed checks with Hopewell. You don't tell me nonsense. I was there. Come with your cameras. Put me on video. We went to banks. I'll give you the names of the banks. He started giving me, we went to this bank. We went to an HSBC bank to cash checks that had been stolen in care homes, that had been stolen from the Royal Mail. And we worked together. Hopewell taught me to steal cash. Folks, this wasn't a random person on Twitter. This was a physical guy, physical man. And I'm also skeptical, Hulu, so I won't rush, right? I won't rush to conclude. So I didn't publish. I took my notes. I sent to my editors, also even for the other publications that I run. I sent to Al Jazeera. I also showed them, look, this is what I'm getting here. Can you look at this? And so quickly, that was later on the 5th of September, I went to Zambia because I was in a project that I was assisting Tendai Biti, who was back then Nelson Chamisa's deputy. over his abduction and his story surrounding how he was tortured. But it was a story that was going, if it had been pursued, if Tendai Biti had pursued his case, it was going to work to disqualify Mnangagwa from contesting in 2023 elections. And so I was there with a few human rights activists, and one of them is Comfort Dondo, who is here. We arrived in Lusaka, and a few others joined us who live in Lusaka. And so when I was there, we went to our first pub that we attended. That was my first pub in Zambia, at Levy Mall. When we went into there, right at the doorstep, Duma Duma, I'll say it in Shona, right? I meet someone who I know from London, who I'd met in London 6 years before. And we just like that, I was like, what are you doing in this country? What are you doing? So we met, right? And then we sat there while we're meeting some activists there in Lusaka. This young man, later on, the following day, we were in the car. He's all of a sudden started telling us, look, guys, I'm running a business here in Zambia. Look at me. And German, I need you to get this. This is what he says with his own mouth. Since I came into the UK 20 years ago, have never worked a single day. I've always been stealing checks in care homes, checks through the Royal Mail. And he gave us names. And the most prominent of them was Hopewell. And he was so clear.
And so proud.
Oh my God. Yes. Yeah. Do you know what? Well, one thing about him, he was very genuine. He was so genuine that you would not hate him. You would just feel like, come on, he's just telling you. And then he said, look, yeah, but I stopped. However, look at me right now. And Virandapinda Britain and Dinaga na Mbushanda. Drungorwa macheki. Tugenga macheki. Like we know German, you know Wicknell's best friend. Wicknell's my best. Chief Joseph is my best friend from 1992. Remember that guy, right? Chief Joseph Marker. Google him. 1.3 million it is. Check fraud. Left UK in a rush. Convicted 2008. Hopeful days, by the way. 2008, fled UK through Ireland. And then, yeah, has lived in Zimbabwe ever after and travels with Wicknell. It should tell you something about these people, how they support each other, how sometimes they appear as if they're attacking each other, but quickly. This is not a bashing session. This is just for us to help our community. We need to know people. And it's important for people to even know me as well. Ask me questions, by the way. Ask everyone. We need to background check people. So quickly. I then that was then in September. I learned so much. I took notes. I verified myself these facts. These facts are real, right? I've nakama verify my facts are kuti. And by the way, when I flew back to the UK, I also met someone who was convicted. And she has even said it publicly. Bev has said it publicly on video on Facebook. Hopewell abandoned us after teaching us how to steal from care homes. He abandoned us in 2001, 2002, flew to Zimbabwe. And that is the time when he changed his name. And she got convicted over this. She served her time. But others haven't. Now, folks, later on, I would discover so much more, a lot more after this. We're talking disruptive behavior here, where someone is so busy. He wants to be the one who starts conversations. He wants to be the one who ends the conversations every time. Every time. And my biggest find was this. When I then discovered, by the way, Hopewell was in the same classroom with a lot of people who I know, including one of my siblings at school, at high school. So when I eventually discovered that even his own headmaster in 1989, Addison Chiware, an elderly man who is still alive, is afraid of Hopewell to this day, because Hopewell apparently, as is claimed, I have to put a disclaimer there, scammed this headmaster when he came from Fletcher High School in 1988 or 80, somewhere there, and had not done well on his O levels, so he didn't qualify into Marlborough High. And so Addison Chiware accepted Hopewell into Marlborough High on a promise by Hopewell that he would lift the school's sports status, only later on to be harassed by the same teenager who I rescued into the school. The teenager who scammed me is the same one to harass me. Hopewell caused a whole demonstration against Mr. Addison Chiware in events that eventually led Mr. Chiware quitting education, quitting high education, and ending up going to work at the university as a registrar. Got so harassed. My conversation with Mr. Chiware over the phone, when I spoke to him and I'd introduced myself by who I am and the like and the like and the like, and also because I'm a Chikanza, so one of my brothers was also taught by him in that same class with Hopewell. So we had a nice, cozy conversation right until the point when I mentioned Hopewell Chinono's name. He cut the phone and he withdrew. He still feels harassed, even till this day, by the teenager that scammed him by lying to him that he plays basketball, and yeah, even though his O levels are not up to standard, he would lift the sports status. But where am I getting to, folks? I'm getting to now. There's an announcement that LLOYD MSIPA is a lawyer. He's someone I know personally, by the way, and you know, he's someone who's contributed a lot in the news. He comments a lot, and so many times he's been helpful. Many times in his commentaries. But one thing about LLOYD MSIPA, which I think I'm grateful for, is that at least he is honest. So you know where he is. You know what I mean? So I've known LLOYD MSIPA for quite a long time, even from the time when when Mnangagwa was hoping to become president 2016, and he told me that, look, I want to start an institution that's going to support Mnangagwa in the diaspora, and he started a WhatsApp group. I briefly attended that WhatsApp group when I told him I don't want to have anything to do with Mnangagwa, unfortunately. I can involve you folks in the news and the like. But what I found to be quite telling now is that is the opposite of Hopewell. That Hopewell is not anti-Mnangagwa. This seems to be now. And there's a tweet that he has posted here. And he states that Tangatini Marakashi, we were bullies online. Him and Hopewell from 2017. And they were doing a lot of lobbying, even with the British government and all sorts, and online. Tiri Marakashi, and then we were not paid. He says they were not paid. At one time, we went for 3 months without salaries. And then what you notice with these tweets, folks, which is important, and a lot of people are not getting it. Some people are thinking that this bullying activity ended in 2017, or it ended in 2019, or it ended in 2020 when he was arrested. No, go back and check. You notice that in 2023 March, check those tweets. Hopewell republished a tweet by LLOYD MSIPA, and that tweet states that, there it is, it was in March 2023, 23 March, a whole ministry with full-time employees and and teams, including TV, registration, blah, 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 and many newspapers have been outclassed and outmaneuvered by one person with a Twitter account. What is he saying? Hopewell has achieved now the status of Kunyatso Rakasha. Every newspaper, everyone, every government department, and Hopewell republishes that. So I captured that in case he has deleted it or has removed it. I've captured it, I've well documented it, and I've put it on video. That in 2023, on the 23rd of March, Hopewell was still a Murakashi, but not just a Murakashi. He was someone who was there to just he was not giving information. He was just outclassing. He was outmaneuvering. I'm using the exact words, right? I haven't finished. I'll go to the next post here. The next post is on the 29th of May in 2024. And you'll notice on that day, it's the one that I've posted here relating to a woman who is called Jennifer Banyure or Banyure. Okay. Hopewell posted on that day an announcement to his followers that they must carry out airport data security sabotage operations. He actually announced that people who follow him, when they travel, they must execute we call it what? Data deprivation executions. So I hope you understand what that means. So you must ensure that you delete evidence about where you're going, what you're doing, about what is, and you see there's a word that he put in Shona when he accused whistleblowers. He called Vano Depotesana. He announced that people should sabotage the disclosure of information that leads to deportation. So people should cover up deportable offenses. That's a journalist instructing to his social media followers to carry out airport data security operations. And he this is where you can notice here, maybe it's just self-revealing. He then put my name, Simba Chikanza, in there, and he said, "Vana Simba Chikanza, Vano." I think let me put it. I had it. I was looking at it. I think somehow I didn't post it here. I'll have to just post it again, and then I'll just put it into the dashboard here. He says, "Vane godo," and then he says, "Munofanira kuva avoida." And who is Simba Chikanza? Simba Chikanza is the owner of the gold mafia story. Gold Mafia story, the Al Jazeera Gold Mafia story, is the investigation over airport smuggling. So the smuggling of goods through airports and money as well. So Simbajikanza, when someone just posts Simbajikanza, someone like Hopewell posts, someone like him posts that, he already knows who Simbajikanza is. He is someone who is in fact an investigator on airport wrongdoing. So he instructs to his people, to his followers, on the 20th of May last year, that and at that time that there is a someone who had been found guilty of smuggling, and that person, that lady, had been deported from the United Kingdom at Heathrow Airport. Her name is Maititi Ofelistas Murata. And then he accused me. He said, look, I am the one. He claimed, he inferred that I am the one who got her deported, which I never did, actually. I had no clue. And so his announcement, his posting there, was an instruction to his followers that they should carry out these airport data cover-up operations whenever they travel and whatever they do. And then he says at the end, "Munozongotaura kana pamunenge masvika, you should only speak after you have arrived. Otherwise, everything else, ensure that vanasimba chikanza vasapiwe." So what happened was, there's a woman who is around the same age as Hopewell. She's 57 years old, who also changed her name in the same year that Hopewell changed his name. By the way, his original name is Hopewell Mukusha. So she changed the name in 2001 also. She was in a need to delete one of her names because she wanted to win a property, a multi-million pound property, from a man that she only lived with for a year in the UK. But she wanted to do this using a fake name. So she followed Hopewell's instructions to avoid Simbachikanza, number one, and also to deprive the authorities of this airport security data, and then decided to hack Gatwick Airport so that she can delete her passport record using the other fake name. The other fake name is called Linda Munjanja. So if you go into 123, what is it called, by the way? German, that website, that one, that is it 192, 19292 and 19123.com, right? So you see that her house where she's lived, Jennifer Banyure, she has also lived as Linda Mujanja at the same property over the years. So what she then did was to arrange for a hacker to do this, and she paid some money also. It was money that she just donated to one person who was connected to the hacker, and said, "Look, I want you to buy a cell phone." So she paid that money, and then it was to buy a cell phone. Then after that, she arranged for the hacker, who she believed this hacker has got access to the Gatwick Airport computers. And then an appointment was done on the 26th of August at St. James Hotel in Nottingham. And so on the day that Hulu, you did that space and you were discussing the government in exile, I was physically inside that hotel. That is why I was coming in and going. I was literally physically inside St. James Hotel in one of the rooms. And the hacker was in the other room. I was there controlling cameras, so filming. So I was controlling the cameras, just putting everything. And then, so eventually what happened was when she got to court on the 5th of September, she was shocked because the courtroom was done on video to find Simba Chikanza is also logged in as, as an attendant inside Derby County Court over her own case. She went, her blood shot up, and she screamed to the judge, "Oh, you need to get him out. He's going to be writing, he's going to be publishing to Zimbabweans." So it was crazy. So anyway, eventually, she then arranged to drop her contest or her case to get a share of that £1 million property. She pleaded with her husband and said, "Look, please, I don't want your money anymore. Let's just go what is called at law clean break." So you see the judgment. I'm sharing here. You can watch the full documentary. You can see the judgment, and the judgment record is there. You can go in there. You can request the court records if you want, and you can even see what happened there inside court. As we speak right now, Jennifer Banyure has been suspended at work because they have discovered everything that is happening, and so other things are happening as we speak. But I discovered something, Hulu, just as I land. This is really important. Guess what, Hulu? Same character of Wikno Chivayo, of boasting. I've got millions, I've got this, I've got that, right? Same character of HOPEWELL CHINONO, competing with everyone, competing, wanting to be better than. And guess what? When her colleagues at work contacted us asking for details of this court case, do you know what they told me point blank? She was boasting to the whole workplace, everyone, that she's going to get millions in September. And we didn't know. She didn't tell us the ins and outs. But now that you're giving us this detail about the court case, we're now going to read the records. Because in the UK, when you work in the health industry, you need to be DBS'd, you need to be checked. Unfortunately, she was working using one of her fake identities, and she was going to win, you get me, this £1 million estate using a fake identity. And then after that, she would go to work and then change her name again. Can you see what happens? And so here we are. We're seeing exactly the same character, folks. And I would like to share this stuff with victims like Jarman. You need to see this, because when things are happening to you, you don't understand the warfare. You don't understand what other people are going through. The employees at this woman's workplace have been complaining over the same character of someone who is been competing against everyone, wanting to be seen as rich. I'm rich. I'm gonna get millions. I'm like this. And they couldn't figure out who is this person, what type, until they started Googling. That's when they discovered the news articles, and they were like, "Whoa, what, you know?" And so, yeah. After all this searching, folks, all that has happened, I am grateful. I'm grateful that into the community here, people who have been sharing their accounts and the like, that your contributions have led us to a big, big, big investigation, a huge investigation about people that were like right now. I discovered also that this ex-husband, this latest one, right? His accounts also over his fears that he was possibly poisoned, right? His allegations, right? Are the same as another husband that she was with from over 20 years ago. Like the same accounts. So someone could have been killed here and his millions are taken by an individual who just wanted to compete with everyone, just wanting to just take over, destroy. But we're seeing a pattern, German guys, folks on this space, a pattern that's of behavior that started in 1989. Someone competing with their own headmaster and going, and just wanting to be the first and the last of every conversation and wanting to dominate everyone. And so it's with this in mind. Lastly, as I land, Hulu. By the way, this is not a bashing session. There is something that this medical expert called Grace Mufurutsa said, which she actually talked about a condition that from her disclosure, a medical condition which she suggested Hopewell has. And if Hopewell is listening here, and if what Grace Mufurutsa is saying is true, if what Addison Chiwari, if what all these people are saying is true, then Hopewell Chinono, you probably need some assistance. You need help here. This is not to destroy you. This discussion is not to destroy anyone, but it's to help you, Hopewell, so that you get assisted. You can still contribute in society. You can still be valuable, but as who you are, truly, not lying to people. But which we are, like Elon Musk recently, he posted, I think some of you have seen the article, where he said that he's got a certain condition. He suffers from a certain condition. What happens in society when society hears that? They'll protect such a person. They'll give them assistance. They can even organize. But when we lie, if you lie to people, then you'll never be assisted. So this shouldn't be a bashing session. This should be about fact-checking things and helping society. And we have a lot to learn.
Yeah, very true, Simba. Yeah. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, for those that are listening, you have been following through on these issues. There is no doubt about the character of Hopewell, that it is a very strange character. No doubt about it. I mean, it is for the things that he does, the disrespect that he shows to people that he considers to have no money, but then he doesn't want to also explain to people where does he get his own money. The same way, correctly so, like what Simba has said, when you listen to Wiknu Shivayo. Wiknu Shivayo buys cars and gives them to people, but at no time has Wiknu ever given cars and money to his own employees. You would expect that his own employees are working very hard to generate the income. You'd expect that these are the people who are supposed to be assisting him to make money. So surely every week he should be parading, his accountants, he should be parading his receptionists and giving them something. But what we have seen in Zimbabwe, before I bring in Sister Comfort Dondo now and Atwa to come through as well, what we see is a scenario where he simply gives money and cars to other people, but rarely does he give cars to his own workers. And what can you read from that? What you can read from that is clear. There are simply no workers. So the source of his money becomes dodgy. Similarly, when you find people like Hopewell himself telling you that I have got a holiday home, I've just deposited 100,000 pounds, I am very rich and things like that. And at the same time, you have your own mentor needs only US dollar 15,000 and you are unable to pay for that. I believe that those are some of the things that makes us question the words of such people and their characters and what exactly do they represent. And after all, remember, this is a public space and we have invited him several times to come over to clear his name, to speak, and we question him. He will refuse. What he does is he wants only to speak, and then as he speaks, if you challenge him, many people have been complaining that they get blocked by him. He doesn't allow anybody to challenge his ideas. It's either you have to listen to him or he blocks you. But then he goes out and he says that he is He's criticizing President E.D. Mnangagwa. He's criticizing ZANU-PF for exactly the same things that he does to other people. The same things that he says, ZANU-PF is wrong in this manner, in that manner, is exactly the same thing that he does with people. And that's why I say it is very important for us to ask these questions. What sort of leaders do we need in society? And any leader that comes up from Zimbabwe and he does not know what has happened, in inverted commas, in Jerusalem. He doesn't know what has happened in Jerusalem. It means that leader is not worthy of being a leader. In other words, if there is no difference between you and the ZANU-PF that you criticize every day, if there's no difference between you and Wiki Chivayo, the way he boasts, the way he shows off money, and yet he cannot tell us where his money comes from, then you are exactly the same. So, Sister Comfort Bond, welcome to the space. I think you are able to speak now. So, for those who have just joined us, thank you for joining Zimai, and thank you for joining me, Hulu at Pachiso Live, and for joining Comfort Bond as well. And other speakers, you are now, who want to contribute to the discussion, you are very much welcome to come up now. We'll be giving you that opportunity. But Sister Dondo has been listening, and what you have to say. By the way, you have a history.
Sorry, Hulu, before Comfort comes in, can I just chip in? I want to acknowledge Adamski here. Adamski dropped something, and I'm hoping that he's going to remain because we need him. Because there's something that he posted a few weeks ago, and that people didn't understand. Adam, and I would like him to come in and be a speaker, please, because people didn't understand him when he said, "I don't, I'm happy that I'm not black." I don't. Do you remember that post, Hulu? People lambasted. People lambasted him because they said, "Look, you're like this. You're like, yeah, you are racist, daddy. You get what I mean?" And they said all these things, and of course, people will say things. But we very few people waited for the backstory to understand what was going on. What was going on inside Adam's mind at that time, folks, was not small. I need you to understand this. Adam, or I'll just call him German here, he had experienced a recurrence of what has been happening to so many people since Harrison Chiwara in 1989. He had suddenly met this man who harassed who competed with his own headmaster, Harrison Chiwara, and competed with every schoolboy at Marlborough High, leading to his own headmaster ending up quitting education and deciding to go and work at the museum as a registrar. And so many people who've met Hopewell, including Grace Mufuruza, have experienced. And everyone here, including his own boss, who he's competed against, whose voice he deleted from his own program, only for him and just for him to take over that title in the community of being called investigative journalist. So yeah. So I just want to just introduce Adam. If you could come in here, if we can, Adam, please, because you have a unique experience. What you had there was huge, and to be frank, Adam, I also think that you need to document this, because what you experienced is not small. It wasn't a meeting with someone random person. No, you actually met an individual who's been reported by multiple professionals since 1989 over destructive competition. I'm saying destructive, DEST, destructive. And not just that, who have been abused. Someone who had capacity to abuse his own headmaster at 17, 18. You met him this time in his 50s. So, and also someone who whose behavior has and betrayal of people has been so huge that he has been competing with both Mnangagwa and Chamisa. He has even been competing even with Chiwenga he's been advising. And corrupting everyone, corrupting all these people. Every time he meets them, he is like a horse, just stamping, stomping everything and betraying torture victims. And so, Adam, this is not small. You need to realize this is not small. And the reason why this space is being held is for that purpose. People to meet up, victims to meet up, or complainants at the least. We just use the term complainants for now, right? To meet up and and just speak, but also at the same time for Hopewell to come here as we invite you, Hopewell Chinono, Hopewell Makusha. I don't know which name you want to be called by. Here, your surnames. Yet we invited here to comment and answer for this. Because what you, Hopewell, announced about Adamski claiming that Adam hates you so much is exactly what you have said about everyone. You said that about Grace Mufurutsa. You claim that Grace Mufurutsa hates you. You even accused her of being sent by the CIO to a media company. And then you've accused so many people. You've even accused me of hating you. When I am the one, when people got to know you, Hopewell, because of me, media companies that I'm contracted to, they got to hire you, to involve you because of me, because how I lobbied. So how would I hate you? But you just believe. Maybe it is that I hate you. Maybe it is. There's something here that I've done, Hulu. So I asked Mr. Chingono to come in here and tell me what exactly I've done to hate you. But whatever the case here, Adam, this is what is an open forum. We're here to debate, and no one should be intimidated by anyone. Every person, every human being is equal before God Almighty.
Yeah, very true.
Comfort is gone. Comfort is gone. She'll be back shortly.
Yeah, Comfort is in a meeting now. But it is very true what you have just said, Simba. And this is a recorded space, by the way, and putting all this information in order and in a logical format can assist those who want to just follow through on it. And in future, if something happens, people can remember that they were warned about some of these activities. So, Adam, we welcome you to the space, and if you have that opportunity to put up a word in this space, it is definitely welcome, because it is a recorded space and everybody will be able to follow through on the space. I stated earlier to say that when Hopewell Chinono claimed that I contributed to the shutting down of his clinic in Harare, that was far from the truth, because I had just gone to the clinic to find out whether what he had said to the people on a space was happening. He had promised that he was going to be taking out his own personal funds and assisting everybody that is over the age of 70 in Harare. And I wanted to go there to check whether that was happening. And immediately when he was told that I'm going to do the verification and taking videos at the clinic, he came up on his space and said, I have decided on the basis of, because of Hulu, I have decided to immediately shut down the clinic because there's been interference and there have been threats on the lives of the doctors, which was never the case at all. Dr. Maboreke was never in danger at all, but he said that there was danger. So that was a lie. So clearly, without a doubt, many of the things that Hopewell Chinono says are simply not true. And why he says that, it is very strange. It's very, very strange, especially for somebody that criticizes ZANU-PF for doing the same. We have learned from the activities of some leaders in ZANU-PF that they will tell you that there's a Gwai Shangan dam that is supposed to provide water to the state of Bulawayo. The Gwai Shangan dam is going to be completed. That was in 2023, before the elections. We saw, pipes being laid, pictures and videos of pipes. But up until now, there has not been water to the city of Bulawayo from the Gwai Shangan dam. We were told about the Bait Bridge to Harare Highway, that, it is going to be completed. That highway was started 7 years ago. Today, if you go to the Bay Bridge Harare highway, you will notice that there is not even a contractor on site between Rutenga and Gundu. And that whole stretch, which is over 100 kilometers of road, is a dust road full of potholes, and there is completely nothing happening there. So these are some of the things that Hopo himself has been criticizing on the part of the government, which is fair enough. He has identified that, there are no cancer machines at our central hospitals. I mean, cancer machines that are fully functional, and the treatment of people at our hospitals is dire. He has stated that, and that is true. And to think that the same person who mentioned that would himself not open up to speak to others and be challenged, it becomes something very, very strange. It is something that is extremely strange. That, he wouldn't want to speak to anybody that can challenge him and ask him questions. You say that you have got a holiday home in South Africa before you sold your Tsibiti house. But now I can tell you that he bought a house in Parktown in Johannesburg. And yet he had said to people before he bought that house, before he sold his Tsibiti house, that he actually has a house in South Africa. But when you check the records, you see that he only bought the house recently after selling his house. And yet 2 years ago, he was telling people he has got a house in South Africa. So that is something that is extremely strange. How is it possible that the same person that says ZANU-PF is not running the country properly, the ZANU-PF is not a credible, a political party, and all manner of things, which many of them are actually true? How is it possible that the same person acts like ZANU-PF, the same party that he criticized? How come the same person acts like the same leaders that he criticizes? If you can take Hopo Chinono, you put him here, and you put Wikno Chivaro here, and you listen to them speak to Zimbabweans, you would think that they are brothers. This one is going to be boasting that I've just bought a private jet. This one is going to be boasting that I have just deposited 100,000 pounds in a British bank. This one is not going to bother to greet anybody. This one is not going to bother to greet anybody. This one is going to tell you that I paid 47,000 in taxes, but will never tell you the source of his money. This one is going to tell you I have just bought these cars, brand new cars that I'm going to be giving people as donations, and the source of that money he will never tell you. Wikno Chivaro said, if you want to know the source of my money, you can come to my offices and with your laptop. Hope Chinono will answer exactly in the same way. Exactly in the same way. I've never had him explain to people, look, I paid 47,000 in taxes in Zimbabwe, and my businesses are these ones. I've got workers who are getting paid, whose tax returns are here, whose salaries are these. Because as soon as you are going to criticize Precap Farm, and you say there is the Precap Farm is being run inappropriately, which many of us would probably believe, because we've seen it with the Gushungo Dairy Farm. Before President Mugabe was forced out of office, the Gushungo Dairy was touted as the largest dairy farm in Africa. But today, it is a shell of what it was. Everything was sold out on an auction. That is the death of leadership, like what Nelson Mandela said about Zimbabwe, that we see the death of leadership in Zimbabwe. Indeed, we have seen the death of leadership in Zimbabwe. And it becomes necessary then for us to say, we are inviting you to an open discussion where we can be able to ask you these questions. You paid 47,000. Thank you for telling us. Can you now explain to us, how did you pay the 47,000? Is that really something you can say is not right to ask for an investigative journalist? or somebody that is not the same as ZANU-PF, somebody that loves Zimbabwe, somebody that considers themselves to be a role model, you would expect that he should be the first one to come up to this platform and answer that question, easy and square. And no one is going to doubt him after that. But because he's so dodgy, the same way that we see these ones who are showing off money in ZANU-PF becoming so dodgy, it is clear that they work together. It is clear that they are part and parcel of the same project. The same project of showing off to the people, the same project of making sure that every Zimbabwean who is trying something does not succeed, but they take everything. I asked him a question. How is it possible that you can want to sell Mazoe and take over the business of Adam? You want to take Adam's business, and yet you yourself consider yourself as a millionaire with investments in several countries. How is it possible that you can then now be attracted to selling Mazoe in the United Kingdom and take over the business of somebody? And yet you have got investments everywhere. Surely that cannot be regarded as an unfair question. It is something that somebody that is genuinely transparent and accountable should be able to answer easily. But he will never allow you to ask him that kind of a question. He will never want to answer that question. So who is this man? Where does he get all this money that he's showing off to the people? Where is he getting it from? It is clear that he is being used by those who are failing to run Zimbabwe. And he wants the status quo to continue. He doesn't want to see a free Zimbabwe. Doesn't want to see a country where all of us can compete at the same level. Because when Zimbabwe becomes more freer, when Zimbabwe gets better leaders, we can all be able, even as teachers, as police officers, to afford our own cars. But for now, we must get donations from Wicknell. That would be so unfair. So let me just welcome to the space also.
Yeah, it's all about. I'm hoping that he comes. Yeah, sorry. Comfort. She said she's gonna come back later. Go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah. So let me just welcome also to the space the founder and leader of the Zimbabwe Economic Movement, the ZAM Nation. That is Divine Martha Swanda, to the space. Divine Martha Swanda, welcome to the space. How are you today?
Thank you, my brother Hulu. It's always a pleasure when we go into the details. You are always on point. I enjoy listening to you. Good morning, my brother.
Go ahead.
Good morning, sister and prophet. I see you are here. I love to speak to you sometime, Dr. Man. What Baba? It's amazing. You know, I wanted to tell you that in 2018, I asked Hopewell and I said, Hopewell, you supporting ED? And he blocked me. And I've been blocked every time ever since. Not that I care if he doesn't unblock me or not, but basically we had questions to ask him. What are you really doing? Do you really understand that you can't dine with criminals? You know? And he never could get it. But he wanted to give ED a chance, like many people, but here we are. So yeah, that's just what I wanted to introduce you guys and say. I've been struggling to push a new agenda as well, and we can talk about it. That I don't want to divert from the topic, but I'm here. We got a lot of people infiltrating the mindset of true cadres who want to really change the country, criminals, and we cannot. And you guys are doing really good. What Simbaye and you guys are doing, it is the way to go to really call out the unethical practices so that we can create a better Zimbabwe, the kind of Zimbabwe that we need. Thank you, my brother.
And good morning. Thank you very much, the leader and founder of the Zimbabwe Economic Movement, Divine Martha Swanda, speaking there from Washington D.C. And we appreciate you. So, I mean, host Simba, it is something that we need to put on record because this is a recorded space, so somebody is able to follow through on it. The fact that you see. HOPEWELL CHINONO, without a doubt, is one of those people who acts exactly like the ZANU-PF leaders that we have. Those who
who are on a
2030 agenda.
Thank you. Do you know what? Right? It's so painful, Hulu, when you think about it. The type of corruption that that I've seen in Hopewell, and those who have really studied him will discover, is so deep, in that there is no one in ZANU PF who matches that. Someone will say, "Hey, Simba," yes, I said it. The type of corruption that Hopewell is, even Munangagwa himself. There's no one in ZANU PF, or ZANU PF in its entirety, has no match for the level of corruption Hopewell is. Hopewell himself.
I think I can agree with you, Simba.
Yeah.
I think I can agree with you.
Yeah, and
because, like I told you, at the very basic level, when you think about, accountable leadership, when you think about transparent leadership, you would expect that anybody, especially those people who criticize ZANU PF, must be at the very least be better than ZANU PF. And
Thank you.
I want
do you know who
clear to our audience, but that even when I read some of the things that some of our opposition leaders do, look, I'm not taking any sides. I've seen the tweet. Somebody sent me a tweet from Advocate Nelson Chamisa, where he responded to Mudiwa Wood. Like I said at the beginning, that he responded to Mudiwa Wood. By the way, Mudiwa Wood was exposed as a fraud. No doubt about it. I think everybody saw that. And, Mudiwa Wood did send congratulatory messages to Advocate Nelson Chamisa to say happy 47th birthday. And apparently, I still need to just read the tweet. I saved it on my other gadget. But apparently, Advocate Nelson Chamisa responded by saying, by saying so many very good words. But among those words, I think something like, you are a rare gift to the nation, something like that, a rare gift to the nation. And even me, it made me to sit and think and say, but surely Advocate Chamisa should be aware of the fact that this man has been exposed as a fraud. And well, when somebody says congratulations on your birthday, you can as well acknowledge that, no doubt about it. But using these extra adjectives and all that, to thank the person is something that somebody might also start to think, to say, but why would Advocate Nelson Chamisa do something like that? Considering the fact that this is just the man that is being exposed in the public domain, and surely it might not look good. In the eyes of those people who are looking for change in Zimbabwe, because at this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are having the 2030 group, and the biggest opposition to the 2030 group, without a doubt, is within ZANU PF. Is within ZANU PF. At this particular moment, many of us are mere spectators to what is happening within ZANU PF. ZANU PF is the one at this particular moment that is fighting against the 2030. It's the war veterans that have come out and say, we don't want this. It is Gaza who is saying, we are going to demonstrate. The opposition is nowhere to be found. It is not even putting up any strong statement to say this 2030 is wrong and this and that. And people do have the right to question in terms of what we have seen at this particular moment is Jacob Mafume, who was part of the Citizen Coalition for Change, together with many of his councillors, who have been proved to be extremely corrupt, acquiring land for themselves in Harare, and corruption everywhere. And we don't want to replace ZANU PF with ZANU PF, so to speak. We don't want to replace corrupt leaders with corrupt leaders. That is why also fellow Africans and people of the world and Zimbabweans, that's why also people are saying this revolution that is taking place in Zimbabwe is not a revolution for even the VP himself. Even for those who are calling for the VP, to say we want the VP to replace the president, it is not about him. It is about Zimbabweans. The revolution is not about me. It's not about an individual. It must be about the country. And if it is about the country, the standard we put for President Idi Mnangagwa must be the same standard we put for every other individual. For we must be equal. That is important. Chief Kutu, welcome to the space.
Absolutely, Ulu,
Welcome
thank you.
To the space.
Oh yes,
yes,
Chief,
sorry,
Chief,
Semai, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Chief Kutu is coming. Yeah, good. Yeah. Good evening, Chief Kutu. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Gamuchirai.
Chokwadi chamanyora.
Chipi.
Chekutwanzwa ihopuru angari murakashi.
Oh, manga muripi.
Ndanobva kubasa. I was busy kubasa. Mungoziva.
Verengai zviri pamusoro apa pamukaona takupai sequence yacho, takupai madocuments acho. Aka announcement iyi yekutanga ari murakashi yakaannouncwa naLLOYD MSIPA. So LLOYD MSIPA is a man who has been a campaigner for ED for a while, right? Arimu UK. Yeah. Saka LLOYD MSIPA anga achipa advice kune ruzhinji rwevarakashi kuti chenjererai kushandiswa yokuti isusu takashandiswa tisingabhadharwe, inini naHOPEWELL. And ataura kuti inini naHOPEWELL tiri two taimhanya muUK, muBritain, kunana Westminster, tichiita zvese izvozvizvi tisina kana salary, tichirakasha, tichizviita kuti tirakasha. Saka iyoyo mukaiona iyo statement iyoyo, chiinda ipapo mobva mazocheka moona iye hopo wachona achitoita retweet another statement, right? Statement iyo yechi2 yaakazoita retweet ndeya the very same person iye anoitwa LLOYD MSIPA iye yuyu achitaura iye musi wa23 March 2023, right, kuti HOPEWELL akwanisa kurakasha manewspaper ese, hanzi outclass, outmaneuver manewspaper ese, kuti iye ave bhaibheri iye wacho, ave the alpha and omega, kuti ndiye anotanga, ndiye atova the alpha, ndiye ava magumo emaconversations ese muZimbabwe. Saka musi wa23 March 2023 HOPEWELL CHINONO akaita republish statement yeraLLOYD MSIPA iyeyu ari kuti tanga tiri varakashi, rekuti ndakwanisa kurakasha manewspaper ese, mamedia companies ese, magovernment departments ese, ndichishandisa one Twitter account. Saka ndiri kutaura inini kuti further on top of that, kobva kwazoya yechitatu yemusi wa28 May gore rapera 2024, HOPEWELL akapa an instruction kuma-followers ake ese kuti vasmugle zvinhu through ma-airports, vahide information inodikwa neimmigration, vakomite anoitwa iwo ma-deportable offenses. Akatoshandisa word rekuti kudipotesa, like achitotaura kuti hanzi vigai information kune vanhu vanodipotesa vamwe. Muri kundiwa? Musiwo pane mumwe munhu murakashi mukuru anoitwa iye Felicitas Murata, sorry, maititi, akanga abatwa achitraya kusmugla ma illegal goods muBritain. Paakadhipotwa hopo ndopaakabva atoenda akabva achitoannounce ipapo, vakawanda vakabva vatosangana ipapo vachitobvunzwa kuti saka hopo zvishuwa uri kutosapota izvozvi, kusapota munhu akadai uyu, uri kutozvisapota izvozvi kuti vanhu vanofanira kutoita more kutoita smuggling iyoyi. Vakawanda vanomuteera vachitobvumirana naye kutoti haiwa ndizvo iye musi wachona iwo akanga atotaura kuti vanhu vigai information pamunenge muchipfuura pama-airport paya paende, rambai makangonyarara kusvikira masvika kwamuri kusvika. Saka tweet yachona ipapapa I think taisa matweets ese ipapapa. Taisa futi zvekare documentary riri over 58 minutes, so over 1 hour, remumwe waHOPEWELL CHINONO akachinjawo zita saHOPEWELL muna 2001, anoitwa iye Jennifer Banyure. akaita izvozvizvi zvekuti gore rapera akanga achibhosta izvozvi zvavanoita hopo izvozvi zvokubhostera vanhu kuti inini ndiri rich, inini ndine maproperties, ndine millionaire. Saka aibhostera maemployees an institution inonzi Thistle Lodge yekunottingham. Mukacheka ipapa painternet mukangotsvaga Thistle Lodge, it's an NHS ningi care home yevanhu vari vulnerable. Aishanda ipapa achibhosta kutaura kuti inini ndiri kuzoita mamillions muna September last year. Ipapo aida kubira murume wakanga agara naye just for a year, akuda kumubira maproperties ake achishandisa fake name, fake zita. Apapo ane rimwe zita rimwe raakachinja futi mugore hopo anoti hanzi I was cleared by the British Embassy, right? Saka zvakaitika ndezvekuti ipapo iye anoitwa Jennifer Banyure uyu ateerera zvanga zvataurwa nahopo zviya akabva anotsvaga ehaka, munhu anohaka Gatwick Airport database. Musi wa 12 August last year kusvika musi wa 26 vachitaura nahaka uya achitopa ma-instructions, delita ichocho, bvisa ichocho, ichocho bvisa ichocho, achitopa ma-instructions. Saka musi wa 26 August within 24 hours of Hopewell announcing chaiti government in exile chiya, Jennifer Banyura anga achitorawo masports ake mamwe futi panonzi paSt James Hotel kuNottingham. Akapinda ipapai nehaka iyoyo, vakapinda muhotel room vakatanga kutikita computer yeGatwick Airport achida kubvisa rimwe zita. Saka uko kwakurakasha kune rimwe degree uko komanjoko, hakusiri kurakasha kwokurakasha vana Chamisa kana kuti vana Chief Gutu paTwitter, kwako kurakasha macomputers eBritain. Ende Hopo Chinono ndiye wachona anga ari behind izvozvo achitoinstructor. Ende nanhasi mapost ake achiripo online, even though achizviziva kuti zvinhu zvaakainstructor izvi hazvisi pamutemo ende zvinhu zviri criminal. Saka tichitaura izvozvi so
Yes, thank you very much for giving him that. Just to add briefly before he comes in.
So I apologize. I just had to give him kaningi kaka background kuti vangonzwisisa kuti kurakasha kwako hakusi kurakasha kwepolitics chete. Kurakasha feel kokomita crime futi muBritain. Hopo akatozviita ipapa. Saka tichitaura izvozvi so Jennifer Banyura akatodzingwa basa izvozvi so kubasa kwaanga achishanda ikokuye as we speak, and pane a big investigation iri kutoitika. Number 2, akabva musi wa 5 September paakaenda kucourt paDerby County Court, akabva atwa dhuma naSimba Chikanza mukoti imomuye. Akashamisika kuti koSimba Chikanza azviziva sei madhiri angu aya ndanichironga navana Hopewell. Zvanga zvatoita sei zvatonzi bvu. Akabva akurumidza kukumbira murume waanga achitrai kuda kubira property yake kuti please ngatingosainirana tongosiyana, inonzi clean break. Saka documentary rational riri panapa, maZimbabweans munogona kuriwacha. Tarisa panapa padashboard panapa munogona kuriwacha. Sorry ndataura neshona throughout nokuti ndaona kuti Chief Gutu vanga vachida kuti titaure nechikaranga.
Yeah, and Chief Gutu has just dropped. But it is also important, though, as I'm going to bring in Mika Jairus now, that on the 6th of September 2024, if people can go to Lynn Stasia's timeline, you will notice that HOPEWELL CHINONO posted that he was criticizing ZANU-PF for not being transparent, and Lynn Stasia asked the question on that day. This is on the 6th of September 2024. If you can go to the timeline of Lynn Stasia, you will see this is what she asked. Hopewell Chinono before she was blocked. She asked him, "Dear Daddy Hope, can you kindly provide the audited records for Save Our Hospitals, given the millions raised in medical supplies? I'm wondering if it is possible to view the record online. Is it a registered charity, private company, or a trust?" Right? So what happens here is she was asking this because Hopewell had mentioned, even in one of those spaces, that he was responsible for bringing in millions of medical supplies to Zimbabwe through what is called the Save Our Hospitals. And when he was asked to provide information by Lynn Stasia on that, Hopewell Chinono had no information to provide on that. Yet he had used these as an example of something that he did for Zimbabwe. He said he had provided millions of hospital supplies to Zimbabwe through Save Our Hospitals program. And when this was checked by Lynn Stasia on the 6th of September 2024, Hopewell Chinono blocked Lynn Stasia from Twitter, and he never provided anything out of it. If you think I'm lying, I can post it up there for on the Jumbotron. I'm gonna do that so that you can be able to see that tweet and you can verify for yourself and see whether Hopewell Chinono responded to that tweet and how did he respond to that tweet. The only thing he did when people pushed him, he gave a link. He said, check on this link. And that link takes you to, I think, to Nehanda Radio. I think Nehanda Radio, if I'm not mistaken, I will have to double check that, where it just talks about what Saved Our Hospitals is. It had nothing to do with the audited statements as Lynn had asked. So I'm going to be putting it up there on the Jumbotron shortly, because multitasking is not always easy. That when I'm talking here, I must look again and put it up there. But I have it on my other gadget, and I also have it on this gadget. I can still be able to put it up there. So it is very important to clarify the fact that our leaders, or those who oppose ZANU-PF, must at least at the very minimum be different from ZANU-PF. You cannot oppose ZANU-PF and still be the mayor of Harare and have 10 stands to yourself and take millions of money from council and pay yourself as a salary and lie to people about where you stay and become worse than the ZANU-PF. If you can look at the mayor of ZANU-PF, the mayor who was there before, he probably never was involved in such kind of corruption as we see now under Mayor Jacob Masfume. It is even worse. And therefore, it becomes necessary for us as Zimbabweans to raise the alarm by making sure that we challenge people before they get these positions. And when they ultimately get these positions, it can be in government. At least people will be aware of the fact that we have raised the alarm, we have warned the people, and maybe we can have, even it could be in parliament, MPs that are able to ask the right questions. Imagine you are sitting there in parliament and Shabangu is sitting next to you, and he is now singing on the same hymn book as ZANU-PF, and yet he claims to be the opposition, and you fail to challenge him and say, why do you do that? So these are the things that we need to do if ever we are going to get a better Zimbabwe, a better country. We need to make sure that we tell people that it is still possible for you to work as a teacher, for you to work as a police officer, to work as a farmer and succeed. We don't necessarily, all of us need to be in government for us to be able to live a better life. And we must not always lie to our people and tell them that life is easy. Life is not easy. When you have to build your house, you can sacrifice 4 to 5 years to make it happen. When you have to build your business, you can sacrifice 5 to 10 years to make it happen. Life is not easy. Life is difficult. And because life is difficult, it is necessary for us to learn to be patient.
And
we must not always want to accumulate at the expense of all. Zimai, go ahead.
Sorry, I wanted to acknowledge Maxwell Chukumbutso. He had just come into the space. Right. So he's another man I was just about to say, but I think I've a teaser. I hope, Maxwell, you come back when you are speaking. Maxwell is another young man that I had a pastor who came to me at the weekend and was telling me this and that about Maxwell Chikumbutso, and actually said, "Look, I don't got nothing against Maxwell Chikumbutso. What I just need him to do is to be honest. We will support anyone who is honest. You can't be someone who you know well that you're on bail for armed robbery. You know well, it's so clear. You actually even own an unlicensed firearm. It's been proven that the only product that you have in your hands is an unlicensed firearm. You've got no product that you've invented. So you don't need to lie to people. When you do that, people will make conclusions. You are using an invention career. You're trying to call yourself an inventor so that you kill people. That's what people will conclude, because you're not telling people the truth that you are actually out on bail. So people need to be truthful. But I also want to say, Hulu, we support as a community, we support anyone with innovations. I myself personally have supported the inventors. I gave my own money to Tawanda Campbell, 600 pounds, when he was fired in 2012, when he had started a website. And I did it. And you know what? That 600 pounds, it helped him to become the largest cryptocurrency company owner in Zimbabwe. That company called Golix, right? I've given my own money to another owner of 4 patents in the UK. There's a man who is called Wellington Chaparadza. You can see my interviews online. I interviewed him. Within minutes of me interviewing him, he was getting orders and the like. And he obtained over 4,000 pounds from my pockets. So we support as a community. I was perhaps the first journalist to support Pfumvudza, Brian Aldrich, the farmer who the Ministry of Agriculture later on consulted in 2010. Yeah, before ZBC could take them. We support innovators, but don't lie to people. Don't come lying to people that you are an inventor when you're actually out on bail for armed robbery. Tell people and you'll be supported.
Yeah.
People won't judge you because you've got a past in armed robbery. Just tell the truth. You can get rehabilitated, you get support, you are still needed, you are still valued in society. Just don't lie. Don't pay money to scab to people who are social media accounts or create ghost accounts so that you look biggie. If you look biggie, people will they'll bring you to your level. And it might end up looking like people are embarrassing you. But that is not the agenda. The agenda is, it's about safeguarding other people.
All right, Simba.
Thank you.
Vanencio is there now as a speaker as well. We can probably just also hear from him. And thank you very much for that, Simba. And for those who want to see the post from Lynn Stasia, I've put it up there on the Jumbotron. You can read for yourself. You can follow through in terms of the questions she asked. HOPEWELL CHINONO. And it is also a pleasure. We still have Adam with us on the spaces, and I think you have also been following what Zimai has been reporting about what happened between HOPEWELL CHINONO and Adam. Adam is with us on the space today, and whenever it is possible, if he wants to speak, he can speak. But I think you can also follow through on his posts on these issues. So before I go back to Simba to give us his analysis, Vanencio, welcome to the space. Sorry, you have been up and down. And we really truly appreciate your presence. Vanencio, how are you today? Vanencio, are you able to speak? Oh, Simba, he cannot speak, Vanencio.
Vanencio, we can't hear you. Vanencio, I think there's something dodgy with your device. Even last time, you kept coming in and going out. Vanencio, come out, switch off your phone, restart it, right? And then come back and log in. Yeah.
Yes, Vanencio.
Yeah,
we cannot be able to hear you, Vanencio, there. So hopefully you can be able to come back, and then we can be able to hear you. So this of course is Simba, it is all about desiring to see transparency and accountability throughout Zimbabwe, because our country, look how many people it has shipped out into the diaspora. So many people have left their own country. Okay, Chief Gutu is now back, so without delay, we are going to give him the mic, and we're going to listen to Chief Gutu. Well, he's coming up now. Let's see if he can be able to connect properly now with his network. Sometimes network can be a challenge. But Chief Gutu, are you able now to hear us? Are you able to speak? Chief Gutu, unmute yourself. Press that button. Are you able to speak? It seems like his network is still not 100% because he came up earlier and then he fell, and then now I think he's struggling and we will not be able to hear him. So Jimai, like what I was saying earlier, to say that this is with the desire that we can introduce transparency and accountability in our political, economic, and social systems in Zimbabwe, because thousands, millions of Zimbabweans have fled the country because of economic ruin and policies that do not better the livelihoods of the majority of the people. And because of that, we sincerely hope that many of the millions of Zimbabweans that have left the country can be able to return home. They can be able to come back to Zimbabwe and build the country. But we need leadership. We need proper leadership, because leadership, what it does is that it helps to give us a culture of doing things, a certain identity, something that identifies ourselves as Zimbabwe. And when that happens, we can be able to put up a structure that works. That is, individuals who are capable of delivering in their various positions. Many people have been complaining about the quality of ministers that we have. Today, there was a cabinet sitting in Harare, and many people have been checking on their Twitter feeds, and they've been saying that the ministers are are useless, really. And others are saying, but you need to look at who appoints them. So what happens is that as soon as we have got an identity as a people, an identity where you see we can have a culture where we say no to corruption, no to nepotism, no to racism, no to tribalism, and teach our people, even in schools and universities, about the disadvantages of corruption. That corruption only benefits a few people. What is the use of having 20 farms, 30 farms, 40 farms for one individual, 20 cars for one individual? There is no use. But people need to be taught this. That, as long as you have got a house, you have got food, you have got a basic car for traveling from one place to the other, you can even have a good public transport system and not even have a car. That is still acceptable. That is actually very good life. Not to say that, look, I have got 30 houses which you got through corruption, through stealing money from the public purse. And yet hospitals have got no functional cancer machines, no functional, basic services that they can offer to the people. Our people need to be taught this. Do you know that there are so many people who have not learned to understand these things? So, let me just also now welcome Adam in the space. Adam, it is a pleasure to have you in this space, and welcome. And speaking to the people is always a good thing, because people get to get the right information. Welcome to the space. How are you doing today?
Yeah, hi, Hulu. You're right. I've been listening to this for a while now, and I see a lot of dragging going on, and people being pulled into this space, especially people like Lynn and myself, who have spoken about certain people. You guys, you can ask me questions and I can reply to those questions. So you can go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Adam. So basically what happens is that I can say, firstly, there was that big one that you posted when you said, something like, I'm glad that I was not born black. And many people, like what Simba said earlier, they went ballistic and thinking, you are a racist, and you are not sensitive to the feelings of other people. Well, I mean, do you want to respond to that first?
Yeah, I can, Hulu, because I know I know you've been egging me on about it for a while. And to be fair, there's one thing we need to understand. There's one thing we need to understand is that we need to stick to the topic. The topic that is here, as I read it, HOPEWELL CHINONO confirms he's been a MURAKASHI for ED 2017 to 2024. Right? So that is the topic we need to stick with, because I've been listening for what, an hour now or something close on that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I understand, Adam. That's fair enough. I mean, in terms of us sticking to the topic. So, well, maybe let us just do that. In terms of your first meeting or conversation with HOPEWELL CHINONO, would you want to share that with the people in terms of how did you firstly know about HOPEWELL CHINONO and what sort of interaction whenever the interaction took place, what that interaction was all about?
No, what I want to do, Hulu, is stick to the topic. And we're talking about Murakashi. We're talking about LLOYD MSIPA. We're talking about what's going on within our social responsibility and people who are hiding behind ghost accounts. Let's make it clear. You can have 800,000 followers. I can buy that tomorrow if I wanted to. Right? There's an element of what's transpiring that we can see, and everything that's taking place, whether it be me, whether it be anybody else, there's always these Murakashi that we're talking about, and I believe that that is the fundamental part of it all, because they will attack people like myself who have a decent following. I don't have a big following. I think I'm on 64,000 followers or whatever 60,000 followers. We need to talk about that, because that's ultimately what the space is about. And we're talking about LLOYD MSIPA. We're talking about ghost accounts, people that are pushing narratives. The narratives are there, and those are that is what we need to tackle. I've never had a ghost account or a burner account or whatever the case may be. We see that the narrative of everything is led by ghost accounts, and that ultimately needs to be spoken about, because this is what that space is about. So when I've got over 300 screenshots over the past months, since Mr. Chinono, and going a little bit back to the August time that he came to visit me, there's a narrative being pushed, and it's very manipulative. It's because it doesn't allow people to free think, because you have these ghost accounts, and when you look at these ghost accounts and these screenshots that I got and the people that follow them, it actually ultimately leads to exactly what you've been talking about. And you guys keep going on about some other shit. It keeps on. You're losing the plot as to what you're talking about. You're talking about Murakashi, people who are there pushing narratives, whatever it might be. It might be my case, it might be anything, but politically is ultimately what we're looking at here. So forget about me, forget about my business, forget about Hopo coming to see me and doing what he did. It's there, but we need to definitely tackle the fact that you guys, when I look at you, when I look at Simba Chikanza, and I look at Hulu, okay, I see Hopo and I see Uncle Jed. You understand? So what I see is people trying to push a narrative, and you guys clearly are very much the new side of things, because we've been in the diaspora for a long time. Simba and I have been here for over 20 years between us, right? We've been here and all there, and we've got to understand that these people are pushing ghost accounts. They're trying to make me feel, when in going back to that particular post that Simba was talking about. Here's a quoted tweet. I was reported to the police, by the way. They came to my house, and they were expecting to see fucking apartheid flags and fucking Rhodesian flags, and all they saw was a white man with a mixed race family. Okay, so whatever. If you look at everything from if you zoom out and you look at it, you would see that there's a lot of ghost accounts pushing a narrative to try and make people look bad. Forget about my business. Forget about everything like that. Let's look at this politically. They are very much driven by that, and Lloyd himself, who is a lawyer, is followed by a lot of these. Accounts, and you can see the attacks that are being brought upon me, and trying to spin a narrative, and it's fundamental for us to realize that there's something wrong with what we are doing. You guys are changing the dynamics of our social media side of things, and they don't like that. So you are getting attacked, Hulu. Simba's getting attacked. Simba's a great guy. You know, I don't know yourself, Hulu. We haven't been in conversation much. You know, you've expressed what you want, and say what you need. But I do know Simba from time. You know, I've been offered to speak on his platform several occasions, and I do kind of shy away from it, because I don't want to be a popular person. I don't want to be that guy that says something that makes a narrative there, and equally puts me into that place where I have to say, there is you can buy social media following anytime you want. I can do it right now. Like I said before, I can do that right now. And we are so disillusioned by that. We are so disillusioned by that. And when you get into a point when you are...
Adam, sorry, just to interrupt you a little bit, and hopefully you're not going to lose your train of thought. The point you mentioned a bit earlier, and I don't want our audience to miss it. You say that if you observe some of the accounts that, those ghost accounts that push a narrative, apparently they follow LLOYD MSIPA and perhaps Hopewell. I'm not. I'm just making an assumption there. So I want to find from you. Do you consider that perhaps there is a link between the narrative being pushed and the individuals pushing that narrative? Do you believe that there is a link there?
100%, 100%, Hulu. If you look on my timeline, and anything that I post that goes against Mr. Chinono, you'll see ghost accounts coming, whatever it may be, whether it doesn't necessarily have to be about Mazoe. And again, I don't want to get into that side of things. Let's look at it on a different perspective. Whatever it may be, whether it's you, whether it's me, whether it's Sima Chikanza, whether it's anybody else, there will be these people that are coming up, few followings, but they are ultimately trying to push a narrative, and it's predominantly in their favor. So you look on anything that I've said over the past few days, and you'll see ghost accounts tackling me about my business and whatever transpired with Hopewell and myself, and it's always the same narrative. And then you go on to those ghost accounts, and then you look at them, and you will clearly see the people that are following them. Yeah, and I can actually post something now, because I'll just try and see if I can put that. But one of the followers, I don't know if I can do it, but one of the followers that it doesn't matter what I talk about, they will continually push that narrative about Mazoe, right? And you look at their followers, you look at the ghost accounts. I've got over 300 screenshots over the last 6 months. Actually, since Mr. Chikanza said that in September, August was it, when it all started, which was a similar time to when Mr. Chinono came to see me. You'll see the people that are following them. You'll see the people that are egging it on, and this is what this space is about. They push narratives. It's a big business in Zimbabwe, and I see you guys. You guys are smart, right? Because you don't have ghost accounts, and Hulu, I've checked up on you, and I've looked at what you follow and who you follow and everything, and I can't actually bring anything to your name in the sense that you're trying to push a narrative. So you are actually speaking from the heart, so to speak. But anything else that challenges the chap, the Chinonos, the Mr. Chinono, anything that challenges him, you'll see these ghost accounts, these guys coming up on it. They will spew bullshit about you. They'll try and make a situation out of anything. And I can assure you, and I think it's quite clear that I've got 67,000 followers or 60,000 followers that follow me. I can assure you that there's probably maybe 3 white people that follow me, but yet you want to spin a narrative that I'm racist because I mentioned the black side of things, right? Thank God I'm not black. That's exactly what I said, right? Why did I say that, Ulu? I said that thank God I'm not black because I have been in this country for several years on and off. Okay, I've lived in rural areas. I have a mixed race family. You don't even know what it's like to be in that position. Nobody knows what it's like to be in that position. But yet you want to come and tell me that you're because you're hiding behind your wife because she's black, because of this and that. God, no. I don't ever want to be in that position, because that is not the case. I am fully for the Zimbabwean people, whether you're black or white, but I predominantly speak from the situation that I come from.
Yeah, Adam. Yeah, thank you for that. In terms of, say, the message, let me assume that I mean, Hopewell could be listening through on this space. Mostly he's listening, by the way.
He is listening.
Yes.
Not could be. He is listening.
Yeah.
And
I want to find out what sort of message would you want to
to send to him, what would you tell him today?
No, I don't have anything to say to him, to be honest with you. I don't have anything. No man comes to my house and violates me and tells me any different, and then tries to use his own business partner to take me to court. And I don't have anything to say about that. It's clearly, it's written on the wall. It is what it is.
Yeah, and in terms of those who might misunderstand you and who might not have ever heard you speak, do you have any particular message for them?
No, not at all. You just go. All you have to do is look at my bio. Look at my bio. See what my bio says, and it's anything I've ever stood for. I am all for Zimbabweans. I am predominantly for Zimbabweans. I'm for land reform. I've spoken up against racism, not on one occasion, on multiple occasions. I've spoken about racism. So people who are trying to push that narrative have an agenda. And that agenda only started in August when Mr. Chinono came to see. Is an agenda. And that agenda only started in August when Mr. Chinono came to see. The heading of your spaces is about Murakashi. And he has various ghost accounts that push that narrative in order for him to get his 800,000 following, and in order for him to push a narrative to put a strangulation on people as a such. You can't speak against him. You can't ask anything that goes against what he says. He is clearly a poster child of the British organization where he comes from, and we are being misled by what he says. And they are using these Murakashi accounts to push back on anything that we say.
Yeah, I think that is a very good point. You don't mind if I can just bring in the speakers to ask you a question or to engage with you, Adam? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's all right. I'm better at asking questions than talking. So yeah.
No problem. All right. So Vanessa, Adam is here, and we're talking to him, and the topic is also there up there. Welcome to Zimai, and for those who are just joining us, we are talking to Adam at this particular moment, and we still have also the leader and founder of the Zimbabwe Economic Movement on the speakers as well. So Financial, go ahead. You can engage with Adam. What do you have to say?
Can you skip me for a moment? I think I'm having connection problems. If
your connection has been really failing you. Your connection has been failing you. Right. And
sorry.
Yes, please.
Yeah. After the Zim.
Okay. Oh, okay. You now want to. Okay. So, I was gonna, Adam. Thank you for this heartfelt, contribution.
Can I come?
Yeah. Yes. Sure. You can. I think. Try to improve your connection, Valencia, because I think it's cutting. If you can, please. Okay. Yeah. So what I was saying is that asking you, Adam, thank you for pouring out, and just saying things as they are. And it's important for people to hear you, and because you're speaking from the heart, and especially those who have been accusing you and all sorts. My inquiry has been into how you've experienced this barrage of attacks, and how you must have felt ambushed, opinions being driven to make you feel like you are racist. I recall at one time when Grace Mufuruza made the first disclosure 5 years ago. Remember that day? People tried to push the narrative that she was once Hopewell's girlfriend, and that also that she's a CIO simply because she's got relatives who are ZANU-PF and the like. And yet she wasn't. I mean, you, Adam, you've seen Grace Mufuruza on Zimai before. Why would she go to Gambakwe for anything when she was even a presenter on Zimai? But my question is maybe asking you to connect with other people, Adam, who might be experiencing the same getting ambushed. What technique could you share as to what I need to do one day when I wake up in the morning and I find myself, I'm being bombed by Hopewell and his ghost accounts? How should I handle? I mean, just advise any random person here if you can. What have you learned?
Okay, so ultimately, you gotta understand the whole concept behind what they're trying to achieve. And for myself, you can clearly see the narratives that they're trying to push. Okay, when you wake up in the morning and you log on and you see all these hurtful things that are being said by people that have 2 followers, 1 follower, 3 followers, what have you. Some of them actually have bigger accounts. And I again, Simba, I have debunked a lot of things, okay, and I've seen a lot of I've seen how people try and push that narrative, and it doesn't faze me because I know what they're about. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of us don't actually understand it. We don't actually understand how social media is working these days, and the way these accounts are trying to dehumanize you.
Do you remember when he pushed the narrative that I'm ZANU-PF and a cartoon was created about me?
Yeah.
With a scarf. With a scarf.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it seems there's something that's really worrisome about it, because this gentleman is a leftist propagandist, educated in the UK. Okay, they trained to downplay anybody who has something to say. They downplay anything that and anybody who has something to say against their narrative, whether it be about Labour government, whether it be about Donald Trump, whether it be about Emerson Mnangagwa. I'm going to say that again, Mnangagwa, because I didn't pronounce that properly. I said it like a white man. And they these are the issues that we need to understand. We are flooded in our social space with these poisonous characters who are followed, and accounts that are run by the same people and trying to push these narratives. So we need to debunk that. We need to actually expose these accounts. And people think that because somebody is a ghost account that you'll never find out who they are. No, I'm sorry, that's not the case. I've been working on it for a while now. I told you I've got over 300 screenshots of people being totally racist towards me, people pushing a narrative about me. I mean, it's just absolutely disgusting. And we need to look into the fact that we need to expose these people. We need to expose them 100%, and we need to write subpoenas to X so that we can take them to court to expose them for who they are. Yeah, we do. Hulu. There are people that are doing that to us, and we accept it. We accept ghost accounts. What the fuck is that all about? How can we accept ghost accounts? People are hiding. What's there to hide? There's nothing to hide. There's Hulu. There is Simba Chikanza. I myself cannot find anything linked to Simba Chikanza pushing a narrative on anything that he does. Okay, I've looked. I've looked as much as Simba is my friend. You know, I've looked at it and tried to debunk narratives that he would push through his Zimai following and all that. He actually there's nothing that actually leads to that. But what we find with HOPEWELL CHINONO is that there are a lot of ghost accounts, other people who are journalists, other people who are lawyers that are linking to that narrative and that are attacking in a ghost form. Whether they're 20 followers or anything, let me tell you one thing. You post something, I post something. They will come back with you're a racist. It's all about Mazoe. It's all about this. No, it's not actually. It's not. It's got nothing to do with that. But they're trying to sway the populace to thinking like how they are thinking. You understand?
Yeah. Thank you for that again. And for those who are just joining us, we are speaking to Adam on the Zimai space, and me, Hulu at Petiso Live. Ambassador would want to engage with you also. He has just joined us. Ambassador Kumalo, how are you? And then I'll go to Zem Nation after that. Ambassador Kumalo, are you able to speak? Ambassador Kumalo is unable to speak. If it is your first time to speak on Spaces, you just need to press the button and unmute your mic so we can be able to hear you. You could be speaking by yourself. Yeah, there we go. How are you?
Hello. I'm fine. Thank you so much for this platform.
Okay, please go ahead.
So my question to Mr. Adam is, can you all claim his accusation that HOPEWELL has ghost accounts because they follow him and they follow Mr. MSIPA? I just wanted him to be clear on that.
What is your exact question there? Ambassador Kumalo?
So my question is, his accusation, Mr. Adam, they are all based on that HOPEWELL has some ghost account because they follow him and they also follow Mr. MSIPA.
Okay, so what? So what is the question there?
That on that basis, his accusations founded, or there's something else?
Well, okay, Adam, do you wanna pick on that?
No. What I'm gonna say is that there are journalists in this world, okay, and in order for them to get information, in order for them to push a narrative, they have people that they bring along to the forum, to their agenda, okay, and it's very clear from what I see is those particular people who are pushing those narratives are followed by certain people. Okay, and you guys need to dig deep. I can't do it for you because it's there. I've got them myself, and I will expose it in the near future. But the fact of the matter is that there are people that are pushing narratives for them, and it's almost, well, it's clear. You this is what this whole space is about. This is what this. HOPEWELL CHINONO confirms he's been a MURAKASHI for ED since 2000.
We've lost you, mate. You've moved away from your device. What's going on?
Am I there?
You're coming back now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. It's up to you guys. You need to understand that the whole world round pushes narratives, and people that are journalists need to push a narrative. And in order to push that narrative, they need to have their crew alongside them. And this particular space headline talks about MURAKASHI for ED, and I think there was a clear message from Mr. MSIPA that they were trying to push that narrative for Emerson in the past. Okay, and you need to understand, guys, that this narrative can come from small accounts. It's all about the niggly little things that they're trying to push. So someone looks on a comment of mine, and they see that it's totally got nothing to do with it. I'm talking about Emerson Mnangagwa, but they're talking about Mazoe. Do you know what I mean? So you need to understand, and then you look at those followings, and you see who is following those people, and where that particular agenda comes from. And I'm sorry, but that exposure of what Mr. MSIPA had to say leads to a lot of accounts that are followed by him. Okay, and if you're trying to understand where a ghost account comes from, they're usually followed by somebody that is running that. Okay, and it's quite extraordinary, actually. It's quite extraordinary. So that particular post from Simba about that particular post from Mr. MSIPA clearly shows that he is following those particular accounts, and we don't need this. We need to tackle this head on, because it's destroying our community. Because people who have big followings, people who have huge followings, are trying to push narratives through other people and their ghost accounts. So that there's a cabal. There's a cabal of people. There's a cabal of people.
And you know what you're saying, Adam, is it reminds me of a teacher in London who is Job Sikala's cousin, William Chinyanga. He got imprisoned, right? And when he got imprisoned, he got convicted of making terrorism utterances. Now, when that happened, folks, I was there. I think, Adam, you saw me. I was physically there at court. I was there even with his lawyers and his barrister. And the lawyer who was attending to Chinyanga, who sabotaged his case, at one time fired the barrister, removed the barrister who was now understanding that Chinyanga is suffering from narrative pushers as well, who are trying to portray him as a terrorist. Now, the narratives were so huge that even he himself, William Chinyanga, ended up believing, I think, almost believing, that he himself is guilty of those things. It was so strong that I saw it myself. It's so, and you know what? That man is so vulnerable. You know, when you look at Job Sikala, you see a man who is passionate, but he also has his vulnerabilities. And they share the same type of personalities with his cousin. And he is in prison as we speak because of narratives. And I remember when I was attending those court cases, and I was even in and out with the lawyers, Madeleine Kaur, and she's here on Twitter. I hope she can even listen. She knows this. I've confronted her. I've reported her over this. Madeleine Kaur announced that she wants not me, but HOPEWELL CHINONO to be a witness to help William Chinyanga. She refused. Imagine Chinyanga, who made statements in response to my own articles and my own story, she wanted who? HOPEWELL. And what had HOPEWELL done? HOPEWELL had coordinated on his Twitter posts, Twitter and Facebook, that William Chinyanga is guilty. He had coordinated this narrative that people need to see him, HOPEWELL, as a true fighter for democracy, right? Not, and he actually stated, not William Chinyanga, who called for blah 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 terrorism on Zimbabwe. And you know what, folks? When you look at it, I'm telling you this. I've done a documentary over this. I've already done. You see my book very soon. I'll be publishing it, right? The statements that Chinyanga made, they were in perfect context. It was not terrorism. He wasn't even calling for any violence whatsoever. It was a funeral. It was funeral talk. Because Chamisa had bullets fired at him at Marondera. And what Chinyanga said is exactly what his accusers were saying. You get me? It's not even a fraction of what his accusers were saying in and doing right here in the UK. But do you know what? Because of narratives. Now, this is important. I'm hoping that this space will have more of this kind of space. What Adam is complaining about right now, I think Hulu, we should have really listened to him. We need to have more to expose this narrative pushing. It got Job Sikala's cousin imprisoned on terrorism when he's not even a terrorist at all.
Yeah, and Valencio is back now. I hope his network is balanced now, and he also wanted to engage with Adam earlier. Valencio, are you there? Sorry, Valencio. Let me just find out with Zam if Zam is fine. Zam, are you fine? If I can start with Valencio. No, that's well and fine. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Valencio. Go ahead.
Okay, Adam. If you okay, I'm sure you can hear me by now. But if I saw your thing with Oppo saying that he blocked you, and I think I was one of the people that responded stating that whenever, one thing that I've noticed about Oppo is that whenever someone says something that is contradicting him, or that is even as little as offering an alternative perspective to him, he tends to block that person. I think there was a day when he posted something about, it's all about the ED 2030 Kabao, or this Chiwenga, this, that was, and I replied on the bottom, and I didn't even think that he would read that tweet. The next thing I'm seeing, Oppo, he blocked me. He blocked my tweet. So one thing that I am questioning here is that, to say that I'm not sure what type of a person is he. Now, this is for the general, the general discussion. I'm not really sure what type of a person is he. For him, he does try to advocate or to be the voice exposing what is happening in government. And then to that, I can give 100%, like what Simba had said. I can give 100%, like 100%, that's correct, that's right. But Oppo kind of like now is suffering from a popularity complex or something of that particular sort, where he has to be the only person that is speaking to make sense. If 100%. You mention something that is contradictory to what he's saying, he either goes he speaks about your O level. No, this is why the O level results in Zimbabwe is below 33%. And one thing that actually started, like, before the comment that I made.
Next time you must demand him his own O levels and say to him, can you explain why you failed to enter Marlborough High? And you only managed after lying that you play basketball. And then if he says, where do you get that? You just say, Mr. Addison Chiware is here. I've got his phone number. You must involve the headmaster is still alive to finish the record.
Thing is,
those are told he couldn't enter Marlborough High. Listen to me. And the good thing about it is his own classmates are alive to tell this story. The documents, the records are there. And the headmaster is also alive.
Yeah, I'm going to tell that story. But one thing that kind of like baffles me is that, look, on a daily basis, we do engage with these politicians, especially even Murakashi. I think we do engage them and actually calling them, belittle them. But they've never blocked. They don't block people. They don't. They don't do what we accuse them of, like ED, for example. You would expect ED to be blocking each and every account, but when a person who's preaching the gospel of transparency and tolerance and everything of that particular sort, and become a person who is blocking every account that either offers an alternative view to him, to me that just does it represent that you are the person that you accused other people to be. Like you are the EDs that you accuse them to be. And I think that doesn't before Adam comes in, you were supposed to have said he is worse than ED, because you have just said it now that ED himself, even if you say anything, it doesn't block you. Even Murakashi, they don't block you. But him who opposes ED, if you challenge him, he blocks you. So, Adam, that should be the truth. And I mean, I agree with Venancio on that one. What do you have to say?
Yeah, 100%. He's right. I don't even dispute what he's saying. That's exactly it. You know, I challenged Mr. Chinono on the vaccine that Kennedy had spoken about, that he posted a short video on. Again, leaning towards anything that is leftist, and it's quite unfortunate. So he's very right. He's very right. You don't, especially if you're a big account. I wouldn't classify myself as a big account, but if you leaning towards that way, there's going to be repercussions, and that will be the block. And Valencio is very right. You can't challenge anything that he says. And I went there in all honesty, and I put it out there, and I spoke about it in a correct way. They like, what's going on? I don't believe what you're saying is correct. Next minute you blocked. Just like how Lynn was blocked, just like how anybody else was blocked.
I actually found out by just looking at his profile to see that I'm blocked, and I'm like, what? I'm not even a big account in this place.
Oh yeah, that doesn't matter, because if you have ghost accounts and you know that 2 followers, doesn't matter what you say, as long as it's pushing that narrative, it can be detrimental. So you with your small following, sorry, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but you with your small following, you can say that, and it will be very offensive towards him. So therefore you will be blocked, and it's not pushing the narrative that he's pushing. And again, like I say, I can go on line and buy 500,000 followers tonight if I wanted to. Okay, go on HOPEWELL Chinono's account and look at his following. Okay, it's limited because he's limited it, because he's bought a whole lot of following on it. So he limits that, so no one can actually see what's going on. But predominantly, it's bought. I would say probably 50% of his following is bought, but you can't see that because he doesn't allow for it to be seen. But equally, I can do that. I can do the same thing and make myself look like a big man. But I've got a purely organic following online. I've got a purely organic following online. I don't have ghost accounts. I've got everything that I do is organic. So
and Adam, what do you think Hopewell is hiding? Because you see now, you're already saying that you are unable to verify his following, and at the same time he blocks everybody, like what Fernand said. Now he blocks everybody that tries to, even at the very minimum, to disagree with him or to have an alternative view to his. The person is automatically blocked. And that is what you hear from the majority of people. They say exactly the same thing. What do you think this guy is hiding? That he doesn't want people to really know about him.
It's a bit of a tough question, to be honest with you, Hudu. But all I do know is that any narrative that he pushes is in favor of him, in favor for him. And there's lots of people who've been to jail. There's been Linda Masorida that's been to jail. There's been a lot of people that have gone for talking out against the regime. Where are those people now? The Stan Zorodzo, did I say that correctly? They all turn out on the other side of the bridge at the end of the day. So that's what it is.
Yeah, and do you think that politically, when you look at it politically, economically, socially, that these narratives can have a detrimental effect, or perhaps somehow they may have a positive effect? The reason I'm asking this is because you will always, we always hear from Hopewell's tweets that he talks about the cancer machines, he talks about healthcare in Zimbabwe and things like that, and somehow some people can even think that you can feel the passion in his words. But then this is the same person that runs narratives which are extremely strange and does not want to be challenged at all. Do you think the benefit, there's some kind of benefit? If so, what sort of benefit can that be politically, economically, and socially for him? Or it could have a detrimental effect on him. I hope you get my question there.
Yeah, I do. Look, it is. You know the likes of Mr. Chinono. What I've realized over time is that he is a populist. Everything must be about him. Okay, so when everything becomes about you, you can tarnish anybody along the way. So this is where I'm getting at. The narratives, the social media following, the buying of followers and everything. Like I said, Hudu, I can go and buy 25,000 followers. Tomorrow you'll see German on 1,000 followers, Mangwana. Okay? So it's a facade. It's a fraud. It's a fraud. It's a perception on what people think. They want to make you feel like they're important. That just like we know about. Same thing. It's all about popularity. Popularity, unfortunately, in Zimbabwe has driven us into the fucking ground because we need to be popular in order to have our voice spoken. And that's why I was very, I said to you, Hulu, I won't join spaces and stuff on several occasions because I'm not that type of person. I'm a real person. I talk what I feel, I speak what I have to say. You know, I don't want to be popular. But what I want is for my voice to be popular. So when I speak, it must really resound with what people are saying, because it's coming from a real place. It's not coming from anywhere else. I don't have an agenda. I speak what I speak.
Yeah, and somebody, Comfort Dondo is asking you a question, and she's saying, because now she's in a meeting, she's asking to say, can you please ask Adam, what is the danger of us keeping quiet on these things? Because it appears as if many Zimbabweans do not connect the dots, even though there's so many red flags, and people have raised the alarm on so many of these issues.
Hulu, I'll stop you there, because of the narrative that is being pushed through these social media accounts, these ghost accounts that are large, that are pushing narrative. They've done it against me, they've done it against her, they've done it against everybody, that they've done it against you. Yeah. So that's ultimately their goal at the end of things, and that's what they're trying to downplay anybody who is honest and has an organic following. That's their game, and you look at the likes of that Matanyarare fella. He does the same thing. It's bought views. It's bought. And anyone can buy some views. I can post a video today talking shit about anybody and buy fucking 300,000 views. I can do that tomorrow. We need to understand that, which we don't. We don't understand that as Zimbabweans. We're so involved in popularity and social relevance, and this is and I don't want to be rude to you guys. I find myself here for social relevance, but I also feel that Simba and yourself have been quite respectful towards me to bring me on here. I didn't want to come on here, and I didn't want to speak tonight. That brings you guys social relevance. But we are actually talking honestly here, and I can say, well, I can come on this space and say, well, fuck you guys for trying, lure me into speaking about this particular topic. But the fact of the matter is that we it's not that. And these we populace. It's all about popularity. We are such a sick community that popularity brings you a following, and we're missing out on the main things that are actually transpiring within that, because people who are popular can say whatever the fuck they want, and they can get swayed into saying things,
Adam, we have 3 people that need to engage with you very quickly, and all their hands are up, as you can see. Sorry, that's why
Hulu, sorry, my guy. I'm on 1% battery. I should have come in early on. I'm on 1% battery. I'm gonna go and have a piss. I'm gonna get my thing to my charger, so I can keep on engaging.
So you won't be able, to hear them, right?
I will do. If you give me a few moments, let me just try and get my phone on charge, and then I'll engage. But you guys can continue to speak about it. Let's not forget the headline of this space. Keep on speaking about it, and I will be with you in a few moments if that's okay.
No problem. All right. If we could be able to engage with Adam, that's very good, guys. And let him maybe charge his phone, but he's still here on the space now, so maybe he can still hear what you have to say. So, Zem Nation, go ahead.
Anyway, thank you. I wanted to switch things up a little bit and get this thing into politics, as we obviously are facing 2028. I hope that's not going to divert us. I'm not, far from it. In actual fact, I want to emphasize the importance of the meeting that was held by Hopewell, Chinono, LLOYD MSIPA, Nelson Chamisa, Xavier Kasukwere. Of course, Lloyd came to the spaces on Zem Nation and explained that they had a meeting that included Nelson. It seems like you really wanted to speak, but now I see has fallen off. I don't know if it is Hopewell's ghost account. I'm not very sure. But well, we will see about that. If you can be able to come up, because you were giving some emojis there and stuff like that, indicating that you really want to engage. So it would be good to hear from you. Sorry about that, Zem Nation. Please go ahead, and then we go to number 10. So, thank you. No, that's fine. So my concept is, I know Adam has attacked me many times for attacking Nelson. Of course, I've supported Nelson Chamisa. I've not supported anyone else. But I had my democratic expression as an American. I'm an American. I've been here for 27 years. And I have the power to choose. And many people have not been able to copy the politics that I have in my head because they are so loyal to one person, but not loyal to the country. So Adam attacked me so much, including all my work that I've done, and deprecated it as if I've not. The first time I talked to him, he just attacked me. I'm not an enemy. Like literally, there's this mentality that you just have to attack a person. And maybe you just don't like the person for some reason, or you hate something, but you just attack. And I thought that was very unfair to just develop this attitude of just attacking for no reason. And of course, maybe he has a strong loyalty to Nelson to such an extent that even if Nelson is so wrong, he is not willing to consider an alternative of thought process to engage and progress our people forward. So loyal that even if the person is so bad, you would accept it. Now, let me go back to the topic of why Nelson allegedly spoke to Xavier Kasukwere in a meeting, including Hopewell. It's clear Hopewell has power in terms of how he reaches more people, very influential people. It's clear and obvious that Hopewell is a tool that even ED has benefited. And it's clear now that he also built Nelson Chamisa very well and branded him to such an extent that Nelson became an icon as well. And it's clear Simba was also part of branding Nelson, and all the people included. Now, my contradiction now is Chamisa is still talking to Hopewell. Actually went to, after Hopewell had been supporting ED. I've never, you are all of you people. I just fail to understand where you put your brains. Okay, so we have our number one candidate. We all are rooting for Nelson. Okay, and we got this charlatan apparently, and we are not talking about this relationship here because this is where we are trying to frame this so that we can guide, because this man is very influential, and if his influence is so bad, then he has so much access to what is so valuable to the people of Zimbabwe. And here we are. I'm trying to get Adam to reconcile what I'm saying here. Maybe he can have a long comment because I've obviously thrown a bunch of questions. I can list question by question if that's maybe better. But I think that I wanted to have a general view and general flow on, have a reign of thought process to just say and have a commentary on what I'm saying on these relationships. And also the fact that Nelson looking to be vice president of Chasi, if Chasi becomes there, or vice president of Kasukwere is there. So these are ZANU PF people that Nelson was partly removing from power, and Hopewell was supporting. He did also removing Kasukwere Mugabe out of power, putting ED in office. Hopewell is there. Chamisa was also there with the entire opposition. We all had that discussion last time that the opposition was very heavily involved in putting ED as the president. In fact, Chamisa got to we do a total.
ED kuti apinde nokuti togona kuzomubvisa. Well, what a miscalculation. Of course, I stated that it's very hard because this was the man who kept ED in Mugabe in power. I mean, Mugabe is 90 years old. How do you think that a geriatric kept himself in power unless he has people who are better to help? So here we are today. We have this relationship with Chinese and Nelson and Hopewell. It's there. Whether you guys think it's not there, Simba, get this right. Nelson has a relationship with Hopewell and they love it. It's very strong. And he knows that he needs Hopewell and Hopewell. So we need to figure this out here. What are we doing? Are we going to make sure that people understand that Hopewell should be irrelevant so that we can have a political future? Because that's where it needs to go. This is the end result. The direction of our political future, who has the power and the influence to sit and dine with our political leaders. Hopewell is the one right now, right?
Right. Okay.
So I want us to fix that and figure out where are we going with this. Thank you. I hope I did.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I just wanted to just maybe, I don't know, I think as a matter of record. I don't know if it's accurate, and quite frankly, I don't think it is accurate to say that Hopewell branded Chamisa. If you were in the space right from the onset, you notice that Hopewell has always been a loiterer. Did you hear me? A loiterer since 1989. Hopewell always loiters wherever there is power. He loitered around his headmaster's office.
Yeah, it's like Owen Muda.
So he loitered around his own headmaster's office, right? Who he scammed, claiming that he would lift the school, and when he couldn't qualify to get into A level at Marlborough High, so he loitered around to the point of ending up harassing his own headmaster. Now, that is someone who is loitering. That is not someone who is powerful. It's loitering around wherever there is power. So he challenged his own headmaster. You know, considering the way we Zimbabweans where we grew up, the way we respected headmasters, we revered headmasters, but the teachers, but later on headmasters. But Hopewell did not even fear his own headmaster. So he's a loiterer. He hangs around wherever there is power. And it wasn't just that. Let me tell you, there was a time when Randy Crawford came to Zimbabwe in 1989. If you can check in the records, you'll find that musician when he came to Zimbabwe in 1989. Hopewell announced to Marlborough High students that he is going. He said, "Look, I'm going to see Randy Crawford tomorrow." And people said to him, "Unopenga iwewe. Unopenga unomona kupi Randy Crawford." Do you know what Hopewell did? Hopewell, the following day, when there was no digital internet, no digital technology, no computers, he came with a color picture, right? You know those pictures that you would take to Kodak in First Street to clean it up. He had already done that. The following day, he was so speedy soon after the show, obviously, right? He was so speedy that he brought a full color picture of him. He went and he loitered around there until he penetrated, and he just pretended to be someone Billy important, and then got a picture with Randy Crawford. So that is who he is. And that is when he moved to the UK, these matters, these issues that are now being disclosed by Grace Mufurutsa and so many other people, including convicted fraudsters. He loitered around where there was money and power. He would actually train people to go into care homes and raid checks. Did you hear me? I don't know if you call that powerful. Is that someone who is powerful, or this is a loiterer? He loiters wherever there is power. And he even boasts soon after that. He will announce that, hey, and let me tell you something. When Hopewell got that award by the Emir of Qatar, right? There are some people who actually called me and said, Simba, we don't understand how Hopewell got there. Even I myself, I had a standing contract with Al Jazeera, one of the biggest contracts, hear me, that no one else in our community has. I had no clue. I was shocked to just find, how did Hopewell get there? He's a loiterer. And so, anyway, German is back. Hulu.
Yeah. Welcome back. Adam. Bento, you wanted to speak to Adam? You can go ahead. Bendo, are you there?
Okay, hi guys. I will Simba and everyone. I'm not here to attack Adam or anything because he blocked me, but that's not an issue. But I just wanted to let Adam know that at times, as much as you are not racist, but people can be racist unconsciously because it is the person who receives what you say who has the feeling. You might not think so, perceptively, you might be. So you need to be, I can't say careful, maybe that would be too harsh for you, but it is the victim who gets it, I am working in the Western world. I live there. I can see most of my work colleagues and other people around me. They can be racist unknowingly, So racism is a very sensitive area, especially for people who suffered it in the past. So yeah, as much as you feel in your heart, you feel you are not, but the times you can be unconsciously. Sorry to say that. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you.
You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize, Bento. Let me tell you one thing, and you need to understand this very clearly. In fact, everybody needs to understand this very clearly. I do not hide behind my race. I do not hide behind anything. Okay, I am somebody who came from Ndokokurira Mkomboni, Wanzaire. I am German for a reason. You understand? I'm the reason that you get the likes of you get the likes of Cody on social media. I was the first white person to be involved in our issues as Zimbabweans. Unfortunately, I have to say color at this particular moment. I was the first person who allowed for people like that to be in our space. And when I say our space, I say Zimbabwean space. Okay, I've been married to my wife for over 15 years. I get the same fucking rhetoric bullshit to say that because you married to a black man, a black woman, what. Bullshit. Fucking 15 years, my guy. 15 years I've been married to her. That's not a joke. That's not a joke. That pledges my allegiance to not only Zimbabweans, but to us as humans. So don't be coming across like I have written numerous articles about anti-racism. I've written about land reform and the Lancaster House Agreement. I had war veterans when I was 15 chanting outside my house saying the white man must go. So don't for 1 second fucking tell me that I'm racist. It's very fucking stupid. It's ridiculous. I have done nothing. I've done nothing but try and promote Black power. I've done nothing but go against anybody who went against land reform. I've written numerous articles about it. And then certain people turn around and send police to my house because I say, thank God I'm not black. But then you look at my tweet that I quoted about that. I've lived in rural England for over 15 years now. I've lived in rural England for over 15 years. You don't even know what it's like for me as a white person in this world to be married into to have a black wife and a mixed race family. Not one kid, not 1 year, not one anything. I have been 15 years, my friend. Don't ever doubt me. I've spoken about racism on numerous occasions. I've written articles. The only reason I have 64,000 followers is because I've done exactly that. I've spoken about it. I'm in support of many racial divides. So you can't use that against me, and I don't care what you say. You can bring up whatever bullshit you want. If anything, I've always spoken for the Zimbabwean people who are predominantly black, and I have always been in favor of land reform. I have always stood by the people of Zimbabwe. And for you to even utter such bullshit is fucking offensive to me. I thank you.
All right. Bento, you want to say something? Well, I did this gentleman to answer my question. Just I'm not sure. Because I'm not sure Adam. He was talking to Bento. Just want Bento to see if Bento has got any response to that. Bento, you want to say something? Yes, I want to say something. I'm not sure if you are referring to my statement and say that's being stupid. I'm not sure or you're just generalizing. All what I want is to let you know is as an African myself and has lived in a sea of other races, some people might be racist unconsciously. That's what I wanted you to understand. That's all. You might be surprised why, but I don't know whether you were referring to me as stupid. But no, it was not.
But don't you think also, Bento? That's fine, Bento, can I ask you something quickly? That don't you think
please.
The manner in which you asked seems too direct in implying that he is racist, even though you didn't say he's racist? But it's like you're trying to educate him. Oh, let me finish. You're trying to educate him. You see, it's not so much the words that you speak, right? It is what you communicate. It's how you communicate those words. And so my question is, don't you think that someone like him, if he had come to you and said the same thing, don't you think that you yourself would have felt like he is trying to teach me so that I'm not racist? Because he believes that I'm racist. He's trying to teach me. Because you're appearing as if this is a man who does not understand what unconscious bias is. Question.
Literally, he understands what it is, but he might not understand what the victim feels because the black man there is the victim. So you might not know what the victim feels. He might feel it wrongly. But I'm just trying to tell you.
So tell me, what is it? What is it that really gives you the belief that he is racist? What exactly is it? A post? Is it a video?
No, I didn't say he is.
No, but what is it? What is it that motivated you to want to educate him or to hint to him something around unconscious bias? Just maybe disclose what is it that was in your mind.
You know why? Because he was in a total shock of the vitriol which came on him when he said, you people, whatever he said. But what I was trying to say is at times you might not see it that way, but the person who takes it that way, because racism at times is just perception.
You know, someone can say he can't write his name because he's black. You know, but that person might not be racist. So perception plays a very big role in these race relations. All right. Okay. So what matters at the end of the day is the victim. Yeah. Okay, no problem. Okay. Let's move to the other speakers because I think we have had the points there. Say Marist, Venancio, sorry about that. There's a new speaker there. Oh, Zem Nation, you said you asked the question, but I think Adam had gone to charge his phone. I don't think you ask the question. Can I give him a second bite? Okay, quickly, please. To arrest. Again, you and I have been supporters of Nelson Chamisa 100%. And of course, you know, I deviated and started to question some of his practices. Particularly, you even attacked me very severely and made fun of my commercials as they were irrelevant, even though I'm an icon in the internet culture as one of the OGs. I'm shocked. Not only am I an icon, I see you love crypto as well as I do. So I actually sent you a tip. Now, my question to you, Mr. Chairman, is I want to understand your logic and your thought process, whether it's logical or not. What is your perspective on HOPEWELL's current political climate? As we have to look at this MURAKASHI from Mnangagwa and these claims. How do you think they are influence our political narrative, considering the many meetings that LLOYD MSIPA, HOPEWELL CHINONO, Xavier Kasukwere, and a lot of other people who are ZANU PF concentrates dealing with Nelson Chamisa right now? These are the people he is associating with. So you might say, well, HOPEWELL, considering HOPEWELL was. I'm sorry, just a quick one, Sam. Right. Are you saying that there was a meeting between Nelson Chamisa, Xavier Kasukwere, and HOPEWELL CHINONO? These were statements stated in our earlier presentation. I think you were in attendance. No. You did mention something like that. I want to just confirm that. Are you putting it on record that there was such a meeting? That is correct. But I would like to state that
when and where did that happen?
Right. There was if you look at one of our recorded spaces where we hosted LLOYD MSIPA, he did explain about the very important meeting on how Nelson ended up making an announcement after the meeting, rushing after that meeting. But Nelson was supposedly taking credit. But it was important to know who was there attending. These were disposed ZANU PF renegades. Sam, you are a bit quick there. We want to find out, are you saying that there was a meeting between Nelson Chamisa, HOPEWELL CHINONO, and Xavier Kasukwere? Are you saying like that? Have constant meetings right now between HOPEWELL is one of the most important advisors of Nelson. But when did the meeting happen? The meeting happened somewhere in South Africa. When? That was when LLOYD went to Harare. I think it was when LLOYD was in Zimbabwe. I think it was somewhere in November, somewhere there, towards Christmas. Yeah, you mean LLOYD MSIPA is the one that gave you proof that there was a meeting, that made a statement in your space that there was a meeting. Right, he told everyone, and of course Xavier was very upset and said, "Why is he doing that?" So Xavier he told everybody. What do you mean when you say he told everybody? Well, he made a presentation on our spaces on Zem Nation. Listen. All right. Listen. Yeah. Adam, you can respond to that.
Let me make it very clear.
Right.
Let me make it very clear. Mafa, Xavier Kasukwere is a very good person, okay? And I do not wish to bring him into this conversation. I'm a full supporter of him.
All right. Let me reframe my question. I think Hulu wanted to sort of help make it understood, because Hulu knows what happened. He just wanted me to explain it. What happened was there was a meeting. I wanted to know this is politics. What I wanted to know is
why bash Hopewell? At least we are not bashing him, but we are saying this is one of the most prominent journalists in our lifetime, including Simba. I think that, to me, these are my most celebrated journalists. But whichever way, this is how we look at it as novice. We're not journalists, but Simba now is teaching us something here, a crime that Hopewell has committed many years, and his ways of doing things that is so disadvantaging others and manipulative habits, where he is now with this leader. But what we are saying is Hopewell meet world leaders. That's a fact. Hopewell also meets Chamisa regularly. He was supporting Mnangagwa, and now he supports Nelson. Then now he doesn't support Nelson. But what we are saying is, here is an influential man we are talking about today. He's not a child. He's about 50 plus. His career journalist. We might say he's not. Simba says he's really not a good one. We are listening. But what we're trying to say, what are we trying to achieve so that he doesn't have this influence to these leaders? Obviously, this is what I'm thinking, because he's too influential and is affecting our democracy in some way. But what I'm trying to get back to the psychology of this is, he is already meeting Nelson. He met MSIPA. He met Kasukwere. They met Nchasi. They are planning that either Nelson becomes vice president. Something along the lines. What I'm saying is, Hopo is very influential. How do you deal with this situation? And how do you reconcile the fact that he is still meeting your favorite person that you attacked me for? You, Jamin, you say, I shouldn't have been attacking Chamisa. I'm sorry about that. I did, because, I'm an American, and my mind changes depending on facts and the way person delivers to the public. So I just wanted to give you a general comment. I had a set of questions, but I don't think it's necessary to run through them. But it was just considering that Hopewell is definitely still interacting with these individuals, including Nelson. How do you then, what do you want to achieve? That obviously I would decide not to like Hopewell today. What else would you want to see happen? That's the question I want to see. What are we going to achieve with this meeting, and what are we learning? Because obviously he is deep into the political structure. He meets very important people. I even saw Nelson went to his house. It wasn't the other way. Nelson went. I think we have got it. House and we're losing it. Okay, we have got it. Response, so we can go to other speakers working patiently. So, do you want to respond to that?
There's nothing to respond to. He's talking nonsense, and it's got nothing to do with what was being questioned earlier on. So yeah, Mafa, my brother, I rinsed you in a conversation about 3 years ago, and yeah, I don't know what you're, man. You're just talking bullshit. So can we move on and stick to what we were predominantly talking about?
All right. Let's go to Sir Maurice. Sir Maurice, you have been patiently waiting. And Msimba has just joined us. Vanessa, I'll be coming to you shortly. I see your hand is up. And for those who are just joining us, we are in conversation, of course, now with Adam. And the topic is also up there. Thank you for joining Zimai and for joining me, Hulu, at Pachiso Live. Sir Maurice, go ahead.
Greetings, Brother Simba and the other comrades. I just want to say something about Hopewell Chinono. First of all, Hopewell Chinono was popular in Europe and wasn't popular in Zimbabwe. His popularity in Zimbabwe came by the time when he started associating with Nelson Chamisa. I don't know his previous with the ZANU-PF and the Emerson Mnangagwa. But the truth is that popularity of Hopewell Chinono in Zimbabwe came through Nelson Chamisa, because he started visiting Nelson Chamisa acting like he was someone of us. I still remember the time when Taura tried to seize these gods. Every youth from Nelson Chamisa or from CCCC, they went to defend Hopewell Chinono because they were taking him as part of Nelson Chamisa, as part of CCC. This is how Hopewell Chinono earned the popularity in Zimbabwe. So after gaining popularity, Hopewell Chinono decided to fight Nelson Chamisa. He decided to attack Nelson Chamisa most of the time. And that guy who was saying, meeting with Nelson Chamisa, Kasakwere, and whoever, what I'm telling him is that we don't work on assumptions, on things that we don't have proof with. Things that we don't know.
Your network is cutting at Maurice, but
also understand that in this politics, there are also some people who are trying to disturb, to disrupt.
Sam Maurice, we are struggling to hear you, but I think we got the gist of what you were saying. Your network seems to be cutting now. Sam Maurice.
All right, now you can hear me.
Yeah, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Try to speak. Go ahead. Let's see.
I think.
No, your network is giving problems. But I think we got you. We got what you were saying. That there is
HOPEWELL CHINONO wasn't popular in.
Okay, he's talking now. Adam, he's talking. It seems like no, now he has fallen. Okay, Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, Hulu. Let's stick to what we're swaying away from what we were initially talking about. We were talking about racism and Murakashi and all that sort of jazz.
And someone is in prison because of these narratives, because of Kurakashwa. Yeah, and I think that should really be the most serious, most important thing we need to talk about right now. How dangerous are these Varakashis? How far can they go? Here you are. You had two people from the same family, right? Job Sikala and William Chinyanga coming out of prison, talking like Nelson Mandela, in such a way that was just foolish. You had William Chinyanga. He's got a trial in the UK. The trial relates to the category of terrorism. And while he is at court, he makes a speech, and he titles his speech "Rivonia Trial," my Rivonia Trial speech. How did he make that? He was being managed by narrative pushers. They were calling him. They were even giving him money. Sometimes it wasn't just on social media. I can tell you that. Because remember, Chinyanga couldn't teach anymore when after his arrest. So he was now out of money. So they could call him. They give him £100, and they would tell him, "You are Nelson Mandela. You are a fighter. You are better than Chamisa. You are better than so and so." I'm talking about William Chinyanga. And then after that, they would tell him to go on social media and say so. They would instruct him until he started believing that he's actually a Mandela character. And listen to me, folks. That guy didn't need to be in prison, but he actually started believing those narratives. It's the same thing as Job Sikala. Hopewell started pushing the narratives every day, if not every day. He would push narratives. And he would even connect with Job Sikala's family, including his son. Do you remember? He started coaching. He even appointed himself the mentor of Job Sikala's son. He started, and what was the reason? He wanted to feed the narrative so that Job Sikala starts developing an ego, right? That he is a Nelson Mandela. And and my recording is very clear. When I was with him at Leicester, and you hear him, you can Google it and see and hear it for yourself, pushing that very same narrative. That Chamisa has abandoned him, that Job Sikala, until Job Sikala, and this time he was telling Job Sikala's best friend, Tafadzom Sekio. So you can imagine after that, what would Tafadzom Sekio do tomorrow? He would call the Job Sikala's wife, he would call the brothers. At one time, folks, person number 3, Job Sikala's brother who lives in the UK, I can call him here. You can bring Harry Sikala. He can testify here. He also started believing that Job Sikala is a Mandela character. And at one time, Harry, when I alerted him, because remember, I have got I operate like an intelligence person. So when all this was happening, I tried to warn Harry Sikala in December. I called him just before Christmas. When your brother comes out of prison, please, even right now while he's in prison, tell him that Hopewell and a few people have created this narrative. He needs to back Chamisa. He should never touch Chamisa, and he should not believe any of this thing. But do you know what Harry did? Harry was angry even with me. And then he screamed, do you know what he said, Hulu? He said to me, Simba, listen, there is an ambassador, a Western ambassador, who told me that Nelson Chamisa told him that Job Sigala must stay in prison. He must stay there where he belongs. That is what Harry Scala said to me. Folks, you can tag him here and bring him, and he can testify of this phone call. And on that day, I was bothered because I could see that these two people that I have supported in the news are so vulnerable, and they're being worked on by these narratives. Job Sikala was still in prison at that time. It didn't take weeks. Job Sikala eventually came out of prison. I think it was now in January. When he came out, you saw him on day one. By that time, the narratives had gone so thick that he was now actually talking like Nelson Mandela himself. When you're an icon and you are being surrounded, but do you remember that accent?
I remember very well.
Yeah,
and Simba,
yeah.
Simba, I'll be dropping off.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're gonna. I think we should round off. I think we should round up in 5 minutes. We should round up in 5 minutes.
I just want to say, from the issues, the issue of narratives, as you are stating them there. I saw actually a tweet from Honorable Joanna Mamombe. Actually thanking Hopewell Chinono, and she was saying something like, Hopewell Chinono was standing with us during our time.
And Joanna Mamombe is so weak.
So I agree with you that this is a man that has understood the need to make narratives that help him to look like a very dominant.
We're so important. We're so important.
That is driving, like somebody that is driving some sort of energy in Zimbabwe. Because if you look at it, all the time, whenever he talks, he will tell you that, oh, I've been informed by people inside ZANU-PF that this is what is happening. I have been. So Hopewell has actually been paying people, including Dr. Maboreke, by the way, to give him information about what happens in Zimbabwe's hospitals. And when he tweets about it, it looks like he is very knowledgeable about things. So you have him. He has studied this, the Zimbabwean, landscape, and what Wit Nuti Vio does, where you go into the army, you pay one guy that you identify there, and you tell him, please get me information as soon as this happens, tell me, and all that. So he sounds like he is inside, he has got inside knowledge of things that are happening in the army, inside knowledge of things that are happening, in hospitals and things like that. So he will tweet and tell you that this is what is currently happening at Salim Mugabe Hospital. The cancer machine is broken down and things like that. So what he has done is that there's a nurse there, and he has paid the money, and that nurse is just sending him information. And by so doing, it makes him to kind of control the narrative. The same way Wicknell is doing it, that he goes to give a car to that one, to give a money to that one. At the end of the day, those people end up, having to play the game, so to speak.
And so he's building, he's made himself an institution, basically. He's in people's eyes.
By the way, Simba, just in landing, that money, by the way, will not even be coming from his pocket. He will be so clever that he's going to use somebody else with money in Harare, and he says, you know what, please pay that guy money, then I'll give you information, then I'll do this, then I'll do that. At the end of the day,
He has got all these ghost accounts that are supporting his narrative, and people start to believe in what he's doing. That's why I said at some point that is it not surprising that you have the same modus operandi being used by Mudiwa Wood? Mudiwa Wood, the guy called Mudiwa Wood, who was exposed as a fraud. But surprisingly enough, you see him saying happy birthday to Nelson Chamisa, and Nelson Chamisa will respond and say, "You are a rare breed."
No, that was not advisable. I think Chamisa, just like a lot of ZANU people also, right? A lot of politicians in Zimbabwe, both from the opposition and ZANU PF, lack intelligence, including Chiwenga. They are weak on intelligence. Sometimes they make certain moves that are unthinkable. But what I wanted to say on what German is dropping here about the danger of narratives as connect to you, Hulu, is this: the danger of this, of what was being pushed on Job Sikala and Chinyanga. Hear me out. While imitating Nelson Mandela, do you know what it is, German? What it is Hopewell was actually pushing both Sikala and his cousin William Chinyanga to behave like a terrorist, because Mandela was a terrorist legally. Even today, even according to present day law, right? Mandela would be a terrorist. And so if I start calling myself, I'm like Mandela, I'm being, you know what, I could actually legally. So isn't this so crude, Hulu? That someone comes out and starts saying, I'm going to mentor your son while you're in prison, and I'm taking care of your son, your family. And in actual fact, what they're doing is pushing narratives using your name, Hulu, so that they can be associated by you, right? So they're stealing your credits, stealing Job Sikala's credits, the sacrifices that Job Sikala did for more Blessing Ali, that no other MP did. I mean, Job Sikala is sacrifices, just like William Chinyanga is sacrifices. There is no one in the UK who has bought more flowers for victims of violence, for victims of corruption in the UK. I mean, I'm talking about buying flowers, like just to take them to the embassy and the like, and use his own money. There's no one who has sacrificed for Zimbabweans who are stranded, immigrants who don't have papers, than Chinyanga. So these guys, but then you are feeding from their sweat. You're stealing the what they've worked on, so that you become associated with them, and then after that you destroy them, you push them over so that they get imprisoned. I mean, isn't that horrible, guys? Isn't that evil?
It is really horrible, Simba. It is really horrible, and as I'm gonna be dropping out now,
yeah,
Simba,
I think we're actually gonna need to shut the space.
I fully agree with what Jarman was talking about, and what you are saying in terms of these. This is much bigger than what we think. This is actually another form of corruption to me. It is another form of corruption.
Well, do you know what it is? It's actually theft. Well, let's call it what it is. It's theft. Yeah. Adam, call it what it is. It's theft. You're stealing someone else's sweat, their name, their reputation.
Yeah. So you are going to see that the modus operandi is identifying vulnerable people. You see, it could be politically in ZANU PF itself. He identified Masimba. Very sorry about that. You may have to come back again to speak. Sorry about that, Masimba. You might feel like we have ignored you. Please, you can request again, and we are going to give you a mic immediately, Masimba. It's just that I'm going to be dropping out because it is very late here where I am. So, Zima, I was just saying that if you look at it, it is really very sad. I mean, when I consider that to be corruption, because the modus operandi also involves identifying vulnerable people and taking advantage of their vulnerability by offering them something that they believe they want. So you will find out that Dr. Maboreke himself was used by Hopewell Chinono way back in 2001. When he claimed that he bought a car from the UK, his first car from the UK, and he used Dr. Maboreke to borrow money, from a UK bank, and he ended up buying a car. And that statement alone was fraught with a lot of lies in it. But Hopewell, realizing that it is fraught with a lot of lies, and he has used somebody's name, he decided to follow Dr. Maboreke, the same way he actually did with Geoff Nyarota, by the way. He decided to follow Dr. Maboreke, his own boss, in Harare, knowing that he's vulnerable. He offered that, you know what, I'm going to connect you with outside people who are going to support your clinic. That's when he came up with this whole idea that, oh, every 70-year-old is now going to be treated at Dr. Maboreke's clinic. You know, how did I figure that one out? You need to observe the time Hopewell started to talk about treating the 70-year-olds is the same time that Dr. Maboreke started to repost, retweeting Hopewell's posts. Almost every one of Hopewell's posts on Twitter was being retweeted by Dr. Maboreke. Then the same thing happened with Geoff Nyarota. After he stole the writings of Geoff Nyarota, and he changed the voices to look like it is his voice. At the end, he realized Geoff Nyarota is sick. He went to Geoff Nyarota to approach him and say, you know what, I'm going to organize finances for you. That's when Wicklow Shivaya came up with the US dollar 15,000 and that. So if you read the story of Hopewell with that other girl, the girl who was married by a Ghanaian, was it a Ghanaian? And when Hopewell went to visit that lady with the promise of, I want to talk about your story and all that. At the end of the day, the girl ended up complaining that Hopewell now was hitting on her and wanting actually to take her, to sleep with her, So what I'm saying is, if you listen to the story of Comfort Dondo, it's exactly the same. Exactly the same. He identifies somebody that looks vulnerable, and he starts to think, what can I offer them? He offers them something that they like. And when he does that, he takes advantage of them. Can you see? So that's why you find him when he speaks about Nelson Chamisa even negatively. You'll be so surprised that Ostalo Seziba, who is very close to Nelson Chamisa, will still appreciate Hopewell Chinongo, because Hopewell Chinongo knows that Ostalos is very close to Nelson Chamisa, and I have a big following, and this is what I need to do to attract Ostalos. You get what I mean? And he keeps his friendship with Ostalos, and then he can insult Nelson Chamisa, and Nelson Chamisa will feel like, oh, but look, maybe I also need to be in good books with this one. Remember, he had a big fight with Makombre Harusevishe. Now you don't hear Makombre, shouting at Hopewell anymore. Hopewell managed to hoodwink them again and pull them on their side, and you find out that he had mastered that art of using people and using and taking advantage of them and looking at their vulnerabilities and using that. So I have no doubt in my mind that he has succeeded in doing so and spreading that narrative. So Zimai, thank you very much. And for our listeners, we will continue to observe how these things happen.
I think we need another session next week, Hulu, on this specifically. Adam is gone, but I seriously about this issue.
I think it is his battery. Remember, his battery was
low. Absolutely. We need to structure another program and advertise it well, because people need to know these dangers. Someone is in jail right now. A teacher, a hardworking teacher with a family, William Chinyanga, is in jail right now. And the job Sikala he also suffered in jail while Hopewell was feasting on both their sacrifice and using their names and feeding them false egos on one end that they are Mandelas. Who are being persecuted by Chamisa. At the same time, he is destroying them to the other end, and also confusing family members. One thing that I want to say, this is a really big scandal, Hulu, and I'm prepared to actually, I'm going to be publishing a book on this, and more than that, even a documentary, because Folks, Hopewell is a mafia. He uses people. Hopewell he is what he calls himself a daddy character, right? He uses people like it's not just ghost accounts. Even people who are close to you, family, friends, people who are around you, so that he changes the way you think. That is what he does. That is what he has been doing since 1989. So it's a very, very dangerous phenomenon here that we're dealing with. And
I agree with you totally, Zimai. And because of time,
absolutely.
If you don't mind, can I listen to? Sister.
Oh, please. Let's have Comfort actually help to close so that we can be shutting down. Zem, could we please? I think we're going to need to be closing. Zem, let's hear from Comfort and Adam now as they round up, please, because Comfort has Comfort, please.
I'll just wait and listen up to Comfort and Adam on their final conclusions, and then I will drop off. Sister Comfort, you have just joined us late now. Please go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I'm so sorry that I couldn't really contribute earlier. I had meetings back to back, but I was listening in. I was listening into some of it, and I think I could not have said it any better. My brother, I know him by German, so I'll address best that as informal as that is. But I really think he touched on something really beautiful in how maybe what we hope Zimbabweans understand what this making of this persona that then we put on a pedestal because of those followers, right? Quote unquote, most of them actually bought, and so they command a sort of a respect, consciously or subconsciously. They command a respect from you, and so I think all I wanted to share, and I've shared this before, but Simba, when you were explaining how Hopo Chinono or Hopo Mkusha, whichever name that is, how he uses people. So I would be one of those people. But the difference for me is I caught it. I caught it very early on. Simba, just like I would say it was my ancestors in Zambia, it was my ancestors in Harare that helped me see, because that's how I always move. So I caught it very early on when I dated Hopewell. The very moment that I got very close, a lot of truth was revealed to me. And one of those truths was in his refrigerator. It was my best friend's skincare products. It's so organic that it has to be refrigerated. This shea butter. So I see my best friend's product in Hopewell's fridge, and immediately, something got triggered in me. Then I asked, how do you know this person, right? And it was brushed aside. He shut me out. He just shut me up, And I said, okay, I'm going to follow through with this. The next morning, I think maybe it was a few days later, I called my best friend. We went to college around the same time. We're very, very close childhood friends. She went to school in New York. I won't mention her name for her protection, but hope if you're listening, you know exactly who I'm talking about, right? She tells me, she goes to narrate to me that Opo is my brother-in-law. He has a long-term relationship with my husband's sister, Auntie Tete, right? And the girl she's an economist based in the UK. So I turn around, Opo, you have a long-term girlfriend. So what are we doing here? And I like many Zimbabweans where we're in that I was in that space where I was looking at him as this hero, this guy who's really speaking truth to power and all that. I went through all those things. So if you're here listening to me and you still have that in your head, I need you to really dismantle and I can't influence how you feel, but I want you to learn to observe people, observe who really Hopo is. I've heard people say I'm a bitter ex. No, I'm far from it. In fact, I have moved on happily. And I'm not bitter by any means. And I can tell you why I'm not bitter. About a few months after I broke it off with Hopewell, we were on the same panel in Washington, D.C. We were on the same panel. Pastor Ivan Mauer was there. I was asked to be there. I was there with a lot of Triple C people. It was being hosted by Triple C. He was also there on stage with me, and he got very, very sick. He got very violently sick. I think it was food poisoning. There were also ZANU-PF people there in that space. So it was a big get together, right? It was a big gathering. I remember Simba, if you allow me to expose this a little, Simba was like, because he knew what had happened. He said, "Sister, what are you saying?" I said, "I'm going to go and buy Hopewell some soup and some electrolytes because he got really sick. I think he's dehydrated. And I may be one of the few people that he may trust here." And this is after we broke up, okay? So as a human who is not perfect and who has his own work to do. But I just wasn't going to be one of those people to be used. And I still had love for the love that I would have for my brother or anyone else. And so I went on to Kunun's paper. I went on to take care of him and to help him out as I would. Even if we didn't get along at some point, if you were violently sick and were in a space where you're isolated, he had flown from Zimbabwe, he was in DC, I am still going to do that, no matter what. So we go on, the event ends, right? Remember, he had denied that he had a long-term girlfriend, only to call me months after on a video call, which I really refuse to record any private conversations because I'm not a journalist. But I really regret that. I wish I had recorded some of those things because you really can't make this stuff up. And contrary to the advice from some of my elders, I should have recorded, because what then happens is he calls me and he asks me to lie for him. Remember, he had told me that he didn't have a girlfriend. He said, if this so and so person calls you, can you tell them we do not know each other? So this is just one example, I'm not even going to go into the whole emotional abuse and just how it was horrible. Is all I can tell you. It was absolutely horrible. And I'm a woman who can stand for her own. I am a lioness in my own right. I will never allow anyone to abuse me. Like Jaman said, I would never have someone come to my home and abuse me in my home. That is the strength that I stand with. But Hopo almost got me there, right? I refused. I wasn't going to lie for him. Why am I talking about this? You can say these are private matters. They're private matters, but they also speak to the personality of a person who has political ambitions, right? A person who is really, as Simba said, who's loitering around power to build himself politically so that he can, and he introduced you to the idea of a government in exile. What is a government in exile? He obviously, and from his own mouth, Hopo has told me he has political ambitions. So my brothers and sisters, I want us to never again repeat another Idi Amin era, where Idi Amin had this he had a personality trait. Some of these people, they have a personality trait. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not going to call names, but I will let you do your own homework. How some of these personalities, like in the case of Idi Amin, the British identified who Idi Amin was, is really a lot of other well-known, powerful folks that may also be branding or may be responsible for branding Hopewell, a personality, a daddy personality, and they pose him as that for you. So you would think he's untouchable. I forgot to also tell you that I have had a lot of women. Some I know personally. Some are very, very well-known, powerful women, but they cannot come out to speak up because they are more concerned about their power, their political positions, than they are about exposing a man who can be a danger to our country in the future. Right now, right? Opo has told me that he's interested in politics and the dismantling of Nelson Chamisa. Before dismantling Nelson Chamisa, they're going close to him. We saw him with Nelson Chamisa at his house. All those are they're like dance moves that he does to get access to power. So why am I saying this? I'm saying this not because I hate Opo Chinono. I'm saying this because I'm a Zimbabwean who loves Zimbabwe and who knows the dangers that stand in the way if we don't expose and do character checks. I mentioned Idi Amin earlier. The British made Idi Amin. They harnessed and they built, they cultivated some of his strengths, but some of them, I'm going to my extremes, not even Tuma. He was very extremist, and I'm always reminded with how Hopo shuts people, right? He blocked German. He blocks you if you don't agree with him. And I'm always imagining, what would he do if he was in a position of power? What does that shutting of people look like? We know what you have violated in your home, in your Harare home, and they're scared. They're scared to speak. Unfortunately, I can't share some of the screenshots because one of these victims was my deputy head girl at Chinoy High School. She was a friend of mine, and I won't say her name. If you have more time, you probably won't find her because she's a very, very private person. But she was violated by Hopo. And when I asked him, she shut her down. And he shut her down. And he tried to shut me down. But unfortunately, it's just I'm not one to be that. I'm for justice. I'm for justice. I really want to, if I'm going to be the sacrificial lamb who gets attacked by Hopewell, which he hasn't attempted so far, but I'm sure it's coming.
Manje takamugarira ukangoda kungoedza this time Hopo apa uri kunyatsopera. Because kune vakawanda maziso awanda this time wanyangira yaona iya isisini nyaya yana Simba Chikanzai chete. No, I'm being very, very truthful there, Hopo. I'm not threatening. Rungokudza kuti chitodzikama. If I were you, I would actually apologize. Not that a public apology for what you have done to the people of Zimbabwe, and stop what you are doing. Stop hurting people. Stop hurting German. Siya vanhu vakadaro. Siya vanhu vaite zvinhu zvavo. And just stop. Stop abuse. Stop targeting people. And you know what? Exactly. No one will care about you. Kune vanhu vakawanda vakaita zvima. There are a lot of people who have done the check fraud issues. Right? People don't talk about it. Vanhu vakaita zvemacheki izvi muri kunzwa here sisi? Kune vanhu vakawanda vakaita zvemacheki izvi vakawanda vasina kusungwa. Muri kundinzwa? People don't talk about them. People are not interested in exposing vanhu, right? But because Hopewell, you are iwewe, even mbavha dzawakaba nadzo vawakatraina vachona ivavo, they are the ones who are calling us and they are giving us evidence kuti please expose munhu. Why can't you stop?
But for me, I think it goes back to, and I'll give my other core speakers here an opportunity. I just wanted to say this before I complete my
sorry.
Is that I want you to also know that it's not easy for me to rehearse this because it's hurtful.
No, sorry, I had to come in because akangokuharasa chete comfort. Pakangweta any post, please alert me. Because Tawanda, this time kunotori nevamwe vanhu vasingataurwe mazita. Vamwe vanhu vasingataurwe mazita vane ma-professions asingataurwe vari kuishanda kesi.
I know, and for me, some of the victims which I protect as well. He might try, but I stand in my truth. And if you ask me 20 years later, I will tell you the same story. I'll tell you the same narrative. I'll tell you the same story, and I'll describe it. And by any means, am I trying to be harmful in any way, but I'm really actually trying to let Zimbabweans know, especially for some of the women, I know how they can be, I've had much younger women come to my DM and say they've been asked, you know who I'm talking about, but they've been asked to join him in Spain, come and drive my cars, come and, all that. We know the narrative. So just to protect yourselves. But in ending, I'll say, at the end of the day, Zimbabweans, if we want to see a new Zimbabwe, we have to learn to stop the popularism, as my brother Jaman said earlier. We have to really do a character review of people, not because of how many followers they have, not because of the persona that they want us to see. We really have to ask, who is this person? Because I think the late President Robert Mugabe had the same kind of charm, right? We went with it. And then we are there four decades later and some change. And we're asking, how did we get here? This is how we get there. We get there because we start calling someone daddy. We start to defend the person without knowing their dark sides. They could work on their dark sides if they're given the opportunity to. Nobody's...
Is it me who's lost her?
Here.
I think she's gone.
There?
I think her network is struggling. I hope she comes back.
All right, so Adam can go ahead. Adam has gone to listeners now. I think he's also struggling.
Dave, I just wanted also. Yeah. You know what? I just want to ask something. Do you know that is heartbreaking? To be honest, a journalist like HOPEWELL CHINONO, hearing such stories about him, it's heartbreaking to some of us as Zimbabweans, because we see him on international news, being interviewed there, speaking against the oppression in Zimbabwe, So this is actually heartbreaking, but I thought maybe it's just something that is normal, a typical Zimbabwean man. I mean, like, majority of Zimbabweans are like HOPEWELL. Majority of
but this one, no.
Okay, let me say my friends.
Yeah.
The people that I know, they are like him. The way they behave and everything among women, they are just like him.
No, well, hold on.
But if you are like Mopo, we need to because I know I saw him on one of my fake accounts as well. We have fake accounts. I've got 8 fake accounts on X here. Usually you put women there to have more followers. So you see such people in the inbox and whatever. But I just ignored him because I know that most of men are like that. Yeah.
All right, Zimai, I'm going to be dropping.
Folks, I think we're good. Yeah, Vulu, thank you so much for the splendid work. This has been so helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to remain with Comfort, and we're going to round down with Comfort for 2-3 minutes. But Vulu, thank you so much. We're going to do another space next week on this same topic here, and we're going to spread some material so that people can get to know about this subject that we're dealing with here, how to dismantle HOPEWELL's MURAKASHI wake. This is what we're going to be working on. And Comfort, do you want to round down?
Thank you.
Thanks, Ulu.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you for also seeking the light and allowing the light to shine through for the people of Zimbabwe. I hope you have a graceful night. I know it's late in Zim right now, or wherever you are. So have a good one. In rounding up, Simba, sorry, I got lost there. My phone had died. I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, I think if we want to see a new Zimbabwe, if we really want to liberate ourselves, we must observe ourselves and others, and we must call out what is intolerable, what that is. We should never. I think we must develop what one of my mentors calls the spiritual code of conduct, which says just because that's how things have always been done, it doesn't mean that we have to keep doing that. Just because we say politics is a dirty game, if we see somebody who's really playing dirty, who is really trying to grab the helms of power or positioning themselves for power, we don't ask questions because they're calling themselves a daddy, because they have a little bit shy of 1 million followers. We must actually have a spiritual code of conduct that says, who is Mukuma Bento? Who is Masimba? Diana actually, I'm reading some of the names who are here, right? Who's Taurai? I want to know who is that person? Who is them? We must do that. And I think in my generation, especially Gen Z, I love Gen Zs because they are not hierarchical kind of mindset people. I'll say kids because they're younger than me. My Gen Z, we want justice and fairness. And so we must reach a point of understanding that it must be a circle in terms of power, not what we have right now. Right now, we're under rulership, right? Government, we are, kutonga, chingo tonga. We don't want rulers. We want leaders. Because as we kutongwa, kutongwa, a third of the nation scattered across the globe. But when we have leadership, how do we want that leadership? Leadership with integrity. I remember I didn't say perfection. We want leaders who have an ethos of integrity. Leaders who actually start with charity at home. Not leaders who rape women, who silence women, who drug women and rape women. Are leaders who lie. Because the how you do everything is how you're going to do everything. Today, if you're asking me to lie to your long-term girlfriend who's probably invested so much in him, you ask me to lie, what kind of leader are you going to be for a nation? When I know that's the goal, right? That's his political ambition to run for president at some point. I don't want that kind of president. I want leadership that has integrity, that where our young people can learn from. I want leadership that has accountability and they're transparent. Leaders that respect others. I think German left here. You visit a brother who is unwell, physically is not doing well. He shares a little bit with you what he's doing. The next minute, he sees his business model being paraded by you as if it were your own. Simba Kanza spends over 7 years working on the gold mafia with Al Jazeera. The moment gold mafia is released, I see Hopewell on ABC give me a commentary. For me, that is not integrity. That is theft. That is theft. That is doing what I call shortcuts to gain popularity. We no longer want populism. We want leaders and we don't want rulers. But those are my sentiments. And I will give back the mic. I think I'm complete.
Wow. Sis, thank you so much. This has been quite a thought-provoking moment, I must say. Masimba, I wanted to just briefly correct you there. I've lived in Zimbabwe for 24 years. I've lived outside the UK for another 20 plus years. And I have never seen anyone who is a journalist who calls themselves daddy. Show me one. Show me one who operates like a daddy character. You said that men behave like that. People like Hopo behave like that. Show me one who operates online claiming that they're practicing journalism, and yet what actually they're practicing is daddyism. You said he talks in international news publications, the like. You are the ones who make these media companies call him journalist. He is actually a daddyist. He is a daddy character. He's a daddy. Now, if you studied law or you know a little bit about this, and you take the term daddy, go into case law, look at the type of characters in cases before that have been called daddy. Look at who they are, what they were doing, what they were achieving. You'll understand what and who a daddy character is. Daddy characters are not journalists. They don't practice it. You can be a journalist, you can even be a doctor, but if you are a daddy, you are in a certain category of criminal law. Criminal law. Which one is it? Go do your research. Just go into even ChatGPT and search for case laws where convicts have been called daddies, and you see what type of category of law these people are. Daddyists, right? Do not practice journalism. They practice something way more powerful than journalism. It's called daddyism. It's actually a crime to be a daddy character. You see, this is how Zimbabweans get food. You get food by very, very small detail. Something as simple as one word. You miss it. You then spend a whole lifetime claiming that someone is practicing journalism, but in actual fact, they are grooming people online. My daddy characters, they groom, right? They groom for sexual exploitation. Anything that they do, they will be grooming people. If they're a doctor, they will be grooming someone. If they're a teacher, they'll actually be grooming someone to exploit them, at the most sexually. So the allegations that were raised by an NHS expert called Grace Mufurutsa, who HOPEWELL CHINONO lies that she went to Gambakwe Media, because it's very clear she did her own live video when she made these allegations. Those disclosures, they fit perfectly into what HOPEWELL calls himself already. He calls himself a rapist already. He himself, when he calls himself daddy, rapist. One word, Zimbabweans. It's the same thing on Maxwell Chikumbutso. Mangamchi one word. Rekuti inventor. No one is called an inventor when they don't have a patent. And then he would lie to you and say, "Oh, hey, I went the trade secret route." No. You cannot call yourself an inventor. And you missed one word also. Gun. He's got a gun. He's got an unlicensed gun. That young man. That is the only product that he has been proven to have. Not a car, not a drone, not a microsonic whatever device, as he claims. No. The courts have proven that he possesses an unlicensed gun. And another thing here that people miss, these characters who change their names, both HOPEWELL CHINONO and Maxwell Chikumbutso have changed their names. Why? Maxwell Chikumbutso is not called Maxwell, he's called Sangulani Chikumbutso. During his cases for armed robbery and fraud, he's called Sangulani. Cases that are still ongoing right now. But as an inventor, he's called Maxwell. Same thing with HOPEWELL. When he's called HOPEWELL Mukusha, he's another character. Okay? And he changed his name. When did he change his name? He changed his name in 2001, the same year when his colleague called Jennifer Banyure, who I've put up here, a hacker, someone who was caught on camera last year trying to hack Gatwick Airport database to delete another name. So both of them, they've changed names. These three characters have changed their names. Why? Why does someone change their name? So it's just basic. Monorasis one is simple. So daddy is enough. So next time you talk to a foreign journalist, someone from CNN, someone from BBC, tell them, don't call him journalist, call him daddy character. He's a daddyist. So that he is classified in what he himself calls himself. Awusiri daddy. You are not the one who called him a daddyist. He himself told you that he's a daddyist, that he's practicing daddyism online. These are groomers. And lastly, one young lady called Jean Gasho. Right now, she's struggling. Her mental health is struggling. After Hopewell disrupted her court case when another daddy character was on trial in Scotland in 2014 and 15. She's struggling right now. After Hopewell claimed that he wanted to interview her and do a documentary on her case during her trial, operating and introducing to her himself to her as a daddy character. She was part of a prosecution against a preacher, a daddy character called Walter Masocha, who was on trial for rape. Eventually, after Hopewell disrupted that court case, do you know what happened? When, even though she refused, eventually she refused to deal with Hopewell. At the end, when he revealed that he was interested in her, eventually Masocha, after he was convicted, he appealed and managed to get acquitted on a technicality, not because he wasn't guilty, but on a technicality. So these are this is a powerful person. Hopewell is not doing journalism, disrupting people, disrupting a whole court case. That's who he is, a daddy character. We're about to end, folks. I hope this makes sense. If you've got a daughter, the first thing that you do, you would protect your daughter, protect your family, even protect your wife as well from Hopewell Chinono. Protect your family from daddy characters. You would ban that account. You'd put that Twitter account in software, not on antivirus software. Spam it as a daddy character. That's a red flag. If you've got kids, that's what you would do. Protect your family from Hopewell Chinono. You've got enough evidence there. He has already told you that he isn't doing journalism. He's a daddy character. So you don't even need people like Comfort to give you, and all these other people like German to give you their accounts. You already know. One word, daddy. Red flag. I don't want my daughter to access any content from a daddy character. Daddy character. If you want to see case law, I can send you. We can send you here. You'll see for yourself. Daddy characters. All daddy characters have been. There is a long list of daddy characters who have been convicted of high-profile manipulation, manipulating people, manipulating women and children for sex, grooming them until they are zombified. So isn't this dangerous? You call someone like that, oh, he's practicing journalism, he's on CNN, he's on BBC, and he's called a daddy. If you check on all those channels, which person do you see there who's called daddy something? Who is passing comments? So you need to understand what he's doing. His operations, they are classified under the daddy category, and that category is a category of grooming. People who take time to weaken the mental health of their victims. So folks, I hope this helps. You have enough materials out there that has been published. You've got warnings from Grace Mufurutsa that are very clear. Yeah, we're dealing here with someone who has already told you. He even tells people, daddy, even call me daddy. And you're okay with that, folks. So that's how right now a lot of people, like we gave an example there, Job Sikala and his cousin have fallen into trouble, and Job Sikala's cousin right now is in jail right now on a false charge of terrorism when he didn't even commit any terrorism. But Hopewell pushed narratives. He twisted this, and then he confused families and friends. He used his Twitter and Facebook account so that Job Sikala and his cousin call themselves Nelson Mandelas. they implicate themselves. Chamisa doesn't want you, doesn't like you. You are struggling because Chamisa wants you in prison. You are the next Nelson Mandela. Lying to them. That's what daddy characters do. They sit there. They have a lot of time to sit there drinking whiskey, confusing people, confusing their subjects, so that they achieve their end. I hope our program helps, folks. We're gonna come back next week. We're gonna talk about this. You're gonna put some materials here and start spreading. If you want, warn your family, warn your community about Murakashi. You have so much evidence right now that Hopewell has been it's not just been a Murakashi for politics. You have seen here one person that he has been coaching here, Jennifer Banyure, was caught at Derby County Court on the 5th of September last year, trying to rob a man of his multi-million pound estate on Hopewell's instructions that she's going to make it. And this time, she was hacking Gatwick Airport to delete her other name. He had a fake identity. Hopewell is deep in these operations. That's who he is. You've got the article there. We've posted there. Those who are watching on video, I think I should post a link here. Those who are watching on video, jump on Twitter right now because we've posted the links. We've posted the articles. There's a documentary also that is 1 hour long that you can watch. We've put the link here. Click the link here. You can watch the full documentary and you see it for yourself. That's HOPEWELL CHINONO for you. A daddy character. Coaching people to commit crime. Daddyism. I hope this helps, folks. We're going to come back next week. Our session is not popular, as you can see. If it was, we would have been having 50,000 people listening. But it's these things, these type of sessions that are not so populistic, that then have value. It's like when I started doing Gold Mafia in 2015, I wasn't even known at that time. When I did my first live video alone in October 2018 with one of the mafias, I only had 13,000 views. Yeah, that's what happens. Vanozomuka kana vazoona chinhu chako chakurira chane noise chane sound. But by that time, some might have lost money. They might have even been killed, unfortunately. Right, we're ending. Thank you, Comfort Datauris. Let's catch up next week. We're gonna put a link here for next week. Yeah, subscribe, folks. Tifambene subject E. Okay, if you're interested in watching the documentary, it's 1 hour long. Yeah, of one of the operations that was done here to hack Gatwick Airport by one of Hopewell's accomplices called Jennifer Banyure last year. Go click the link here, watch it. Muzionere. Yeah, daddy characters are dangerous. How dangerous these people are. We're shutting, folks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Siba.
Cheers.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.
Kandisiya ndinotaura kusvika sunset. But I think zvikuru zvandangandoda kutaura ndavhenekera. I would never allow myself or my son or muzukuru wangu to be a coconut. A coconut. It's white on the inside and it's brown on the outside. Very deceptive. Kune house niggas nema field niggas. Inina ime field nigga. Ndinoshanda kumunda chaiko chaiko. Ndiko kune basa rangu cheziya. Andidi kuita house nigga kupiwa tuma trinkets na masa to sell out one's own country. Ndozo zvikutora iti saka wakapiwa tuma awards toto ndiana akakumbo tadakambokupa kutuma awards zvinombonyatsoreveko naiwe hopeless. Zvinomboreva chiko naiwe. But sataenda koko nyaya yandafunga kuti madzimai muchange muri up in arms. Imagine waenda kunoshanyira shamwari, as did quite a number of women, even mamwe high profile girls, big girls amusingambofungira, and handisi kutaura mazita. But some of you want me to conduct a kangaroo court on social media. I won't do that. Apana conviction yakambobvira yaitwa pa social media. And my lawyers angu kuZimbabwe, I'm not hiring them because vakatomhanya kuita black and Zimbabwe lives matter. They are very compromised. They say chanting Zimbabwe lives matter. I'm not going to be trusting my affairs with people that are jumping on a bandwagon. Yes, you know, no compromise as security. Yes, Zimbabwe. And now, honest, I think you have a personal issue. Not Daddy Hope. Why are you in UK? Come back to Africa. And what? Come back to Africa and build our Zimbabwe. Big problem is Hope is against corrupt leaders who can't see how we Zimbabweans are suffering because of their greediness, right? Honest, Tinashe, I love your honesty. Let me just pin Ningrikinya honest because honest, you catch my eye all the time. I've got another Sawira wangu anonzi honest. So let's break down your honest because honest is speaking on behalf of a lot of people. And because honest's name is also Tinashe. Munane aneka kuchika mwari mazviri. Zirobwa. Saka munhu anorova futi, I think. So I best be careful. But he honest is raising such good points. Okay. Anzi Tete, I think you have a personal issue na Daddy Hope. No, I don't have a personal issue with Daddy Hope. I know Daddy Hope personally. That's the thing. I knew Daddy Hope when he was called HOPEWELL Mukusha. Paanga ari kuMaubra High School. Taitofamba tichiperekedzana kumasports, achiperekedzana nehanzvadzi dzangu, chichi. Pakauya kuBritain, taitozivana kuBritain. Zvese zvema-credit card fraud zvandiri kutaura ndakazviona nemaziso angu inini. Vanhu vaitora ma-credit card. Vofona voti zotumirai kunhirikini room 101 ku Sheraton. Oenda futi onoti tumirai ku 201. Oti tumirai futi ku 901. Saka watenga ne-credit card remunhu rawaba. Kana kuti rawawana credit card that you have acquired. Wallet yangu iri kupinda kukuratidza how easy it is to do credit card fraud. For those of you makasarira munyaya yacho. Inini zvangu ndiri wezviziya. Okay. Where's my card? Okay, ndandabuda panzi ndichinotenga zvinhu kuGateway, right? So this is your card. The long number here, this long number here, they take it. All they also need is the expiry date. That's all. And then paneka number kari paseri panapa. Ako. So ukaenda to any catalog, you just go. Woisa zita recard, woisa the long number, woisa the expiry date, woisa the issue number at the very end, the number at the back. Saka kudhara vanga vasati vane anti-fraud mechanisms, okay? Saka vanhu vaita madiro aJorgina. Now they ask certain personal questions, and also if you have emitted too many transactions on your card, or you are jumping around all over the place, they stop your cards. I remember one time I went to Minnesota in what year was that? I went in 2001, okay? I was setting up the new dome. And so many transactions, I was shopping. And then my bank stopped my card. And I was like, what's wrong with you? Why are you stopping my card? Because you've had unusual activity on your card. There've been about 10 transactions in one day. I want to just get all my shopping done and then pack and leave it there. So back then, kwanga kusati kwane ma mechanisms. So vanhu vaitenga mazisofa anodhura ma 4,000, machi, even motikari chaizo. Zvodhilivwa kuchi 101, 201, zvimwe zvodhilivwa ku 901. Saka votora zvinhu izvo zvoti, oh, uri kuda masofa, alright, ndokutengesa 2,000. Apapa ari kutomeka 2,000 pounds profit. Unofunga kuti ukanyatsosanda chinhu chakadaro over a few days or a few months, auite very rich. Saka some of you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Some of you don't even know the innermost. And some of you have been accusing me audaciously. Oh, so why are you saying it right now? This is something that, for those of you who really follow me, my friends, you'll attest. Please let me have 1 or 2 people. Wanongwe some thumbs up. Kuchitete, you've been warning us about HOPEWELL. Pane an incident about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Pane my friend yangu akamutaga pa page pangu. Pana minu zvataitaura. Panotaurwa zvekutaurwa zvi. Ndomva vamutaga ndikati don't bother kumutaga because ndakamublocker years ago. Zvikanzi chichi. Ndobva ndamu unblocker for the purpose of them to see this thing. Ndipo zvanga zvatanga izvozvi zvenhingirikini Zimbabwe lives matter. Ndikati aiwa imimi vanhu chenjererai character yemunhu. Vamudiki vangu vakaimba I love your character. Oh, I don't love his character. In fact, I don't love character yemunhu. Anybody are very dishonest. Pandanga chiti ndakaenda kuAmerica, we were learning about personality disorders. My specialty in psychiatry is forensic mental health. Ndo specialty yangu. Ndiratidze anybody ane personality disorder, I will sniff them out. Achiri kuairport. Kuti munhu uyu haasi right. Ndoda ndikazoita mini mental state ndikazonyatsokunyorera care plan. Zvinonyatsobuda seizvozvi. Saka kune masats. Ndo vanoita zvinhu zvakadhakwa sezvandiri kuedza kutsanangura izvizvi. Nyenga kamusikana abvume. Uda kudya chakafa, what's wrong with you? kana kuina vamwe varume who ply women with drugs and alcohol, shame on you. Ndopandikuona kuti vakadzi vofuti muri kubanya what happened to the women's movement, women's liberty? Saka muda kuti vamwe vanhu vaiswe against their will. I can just imagine. Ndarova zvangu nechibuku changu kana kuti whisky yangu somebody akuda kutoita zvimwe zvinhu. That's so disrespectful. You bring shame to people's good names. So handizive kuti at what point did this young man decide kuti akuchinja zita kana kuti kumetropolitan police zvinhu zvanga zvakupisa? But yes, it is not alleged, zvitoripo zvechokwadi zvomene. A lot of you vari kutwitter makamboiona hondo paamene wakambodenana naye 2 years ago agoudzurudzwa nze he tinozviziva zvemafraud zvekuri UK nechi kana musingazive vanhu from the Garden of Eden wanikwai makanyarara, because what is at stake here is bigger than your Zimbabwe lives matter. Hatitoda kuinvadwa seLibya muno, hatitoda kuinvadwa kana kuitwa zvenhando sezvakaitika kuti kuya. You understand? Tiri sitting on resources that the whole world is dying to get their dirty little hands on. Zimbabwe's lithium deposits are the 5th largest in the whole world. Bet you all didn't know that. You think I come here ndichingo wawata zvenhando. Saka honest, you said I think you have a personal issue. No, I know him personally. Saka ndikudownloada zviri personal zvacho zvandikuziya. Iwewe wanga uchiziya here kuti ainzi hope mukushi. Unoziya here kuti akazochinja kuti hope chinono rini. Vamwe wenyu mamhanyira kuGoogle search chichi chameno www.123.com. Kwanga kusatika kwaane manhingirikini ma.com iya patanga tiri kuchikoro kunana 19 chakuti. Maakuzoona kuti tiri ma-dinosaurs. Saka yes, I also have a personal, because he also caused strife in the dynamics between me and son's father. Causing strife and unremorseful. Kana ndichiti he is a psychopath. He caused my son's father to not contact his own child for 3 years. Ataura zvaitaura zvikunyepa. My son is just recently 20. So my son was 17. So do you think I'm not qualified to warn the whole world kuti munhu uyu ane error? Are you with me? Honestly, honest. Kana wina ashe nyatsobuda kapachena tione kuti zvaakaita kwandiri without remorse akazviita kune Zimbabwe without remorse. Pane reverse here. Pandiri imi champion your own little struggle by yourselves, but itai vanhu vane credibility. Mukauya nevanhu vasina character iri right, isu tiri ana anzi shiko, we get into trouble for telling the truth. Saka iyo ndoye personal. Tapedza handiti pachine zvimwe. Saka ndinomuziya personally. Saka pataka mu unblock andobva auya.